Facing unprecedented crisis, we have gathered today in order to shape a sustainable future. Well, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Korea-ASEAN and India Business Week 2020. My name is Shinji Ye, and indeed it's an honor for me to host today's grand-scale business gathering where 11 countries participate. Well, today, the ambassadors of the new southern countries to the Republic of Korea and the distinguished guests from home and abroad have taken their valuable time out of the busy schedule in order to be here with us today. So, in order to thank them, why don't we start today with a big round of applause? Thank you very much. Now, allow me to spend a few minutes introducing to you the dignitaries to stand and be recognized for their presence. And when I call out their names, please give each one of them a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, Bokyeong Park, Chairman of the Presidential Committee on New Southern Policy and Economic Advisor to the President. And Young-Ju Kim, Chairman of Korea South and Southeast Asia Business Coalition, Chairman and CEO of Korea International Trade Association. And His Excellency Long Dimangshe, Ambassador of Cambodia to the Republic of Korea. His Excellency Ung Yen Butung, Ambassador of Vietnam to the Republic of Korea. Her Excellency Sri Priya Gangadatan, Ambassador to India to the Republic of Korea. His Excellency Ashiri Muda, Ambassador of Malaysia to the Republic of Korea. His Excellency Tien Bupa, Ambassador of Lao People's Democratic Republic to the Republic of Korea. Her Excellency Pangeran Nuria, Ambassador of Brunei Darussalam to the Republic of Korea. Her Excellency Romani Kananurak, Ambassador of Thailand to the Republic of Korea. And Christian de Jesus, Charge the Affairs of the Philippine Embassy in Seoul. Supi Sutia Sudaruma, Deputy Ambassador of Indonesian Embassy in Seoul. Adrienne Lee, Deputy Chef of Singapore Embassy in Seoul. And Wim Papatu, Economic Counselor of Myanmar Embassy in Seoul. And Kwang Hee-hong, Chairman of Korea Importers Association. Soo Duk-sun, Executive Vice President of KOTRA. Yeonbok Lee, Vice President for Foreign Workforce and Global Employment of Human Resource Development Service Korea. Bokyeong Park, Director of Seoul Business Agency. And of course, there are many more to be introduced, forgive me for moving on due to allocated time. And now to officially begin today's proceedings, Kim Young-ju, Chairman of Korea South and Southeast Asia Business Coalition and Chairman and CEO of Korea International Trade Association, will deliver his opening remarks. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Chairman and CEO Kim Young-ju to the stage with a big round of applause.
이렇게 훈훈하고 좋은 분위기의 모임은
I'm
참으로
very
오랜만인 것
pleased to
같습니다.
be here
여러분
today.
반갑습니다.
It was quite some time ever since
신남방
we had such a
비즈니스연합회
wonderful
김영주
atmosphere
회장입니다.
and gather together.
오늘
I am
여러분들이
president of New Southern Policy
참석을
Business Federation and Kita CEO Kim Young-ju,
참석하신
distinguished
박보경
Chairman Park Bokyeong of Presidential Committee on New Southern Policy representing Korean government,
11개국
ambassadors and deputies chief
부대사님,
mission from 11 New Southern countries,
비롯해 이번
the
행사에
heads of
적극
Korea South
참여해
and
주신
Southeast Asia
신남방
business coalitions,
비즈니스
including
단체
KOTRA, who are
회장님들,
joining us this
귀중한
event.
시간을 내서 이
Thank you
자리를
very much
빛내주신 데
for
대해서
taking your valuable
깊은
time
감사
to be with
말씀드립니다.
us today.
아울러 또
In addition,
온라인으로 본
we'd like to
행사에
welcome
참여하고 계시는
all
모든
of you who
분들께도
are
환영의
participating in this
인사를
event
드립니다.
virtually.
지금 전 세계는
Currently,
예기치
the world
못한
is facing
코로나19의
unprecedented
충격으로
crisis and
전례
challenges
없는
due to
위기와
the unexpected
도전의
shock
시간에
of
직면해
COVID-19.
그러나 강화된
However,
방역과
thanks to
적극적인
the reinforced
보건의료
quarantine
정책
and
때문에
active healthcare
닫혔던
policies, the
국경이
closed
열리고 왕래가
borders have
시작되면서
been
경제
opened,
활동이
the traffic
재개되고
began, and
있습니다.
economic activities
신남방
are
각국은
resumed. New Southern
정부
countries
주도의
are minimizing
경기
economic
부양책을 통해
damages through
경제적
government-led
최소화하고
preemptive
있습니다.
economic stimulus measures.
본책으로
In line
대표되는
with the business trends
비즈니스
represented
트렌드에
by
맞춰
contactless,
산업의
we are also
디지털
actively engaged
전환에도
in the
적극적으로
digital
나서고
transformation of the industries.
잘 아시겠지만
As you're
신남방
well aware
지역은
of,
세계에서
ASEAN and
가장
India region
빠른
is the
속도로
world's fastest
성장하는
growing young
젊고
and
역동적인
dynamic land.
땅입니다. ICT,
Based on the
인공지능,
remarkable growth
4차
in
산업혁명
high-tech
등
industries such as
첨단 산업
ICT,
분야의 눈부신
artificial
성장을
intelligence,
바탕으로
and the fourth industrial
신남방은
revolutions,
글로벌
the new southern region
생산
is
기지에서 새로운
transforming
비즈니스
from a
무대로
global production
탈바꿈하고
base
있습니다.
into new business stage.
대한민국은
The Republic of Korea
신남방
is
각국과
strengthening the
보건의료
framework
분야를
of win-win
비롯하여
cooperation in various
경제와
fields
안보,
ranging from the new
환경과
southern countries and
문화예술에
health and
이르기까지
medical
다양한
fields,
분야에서
the economy,
상생
security,
협력의
environment,
틀을
culture,
단단하게
and
다지고
arts.
있습니다. 코로나 시대로
The
촉발된
uncertainty in the global economy
세계 경제
triggered by the
불확실성은
COVID-19 crisis
신남방을
is weakening
비롯한
the
아시아
growth
경제의
engine
성장
of the
동력을
Asian economy,
약화시키고
including
있습니다.
ASEAN and
위기를
India.
기회로
In order to
전환하기
turn
위해서
the crisis
한국과
into
신남방은
opportunity, Korea
포스트 코로나
and
시대의
ASEAN plus
새로운
India
협력
must
모델을
create a new model
만들어가야
of
합니다.
cooperation in the
오늘부터
post-COVID era.
이틀간 개최되는
New Southern Business
신남방
Week
비즈니스
held for the 2
위크는
days from
코로나
today will be
이후
a meaningful time to
한국과
explore new
신남방
growth
국가의
engines
새로운
for
성장
Korea
동력을
and the
모색하는
ASEAN and
의미 있는
India
시간이
after
될
the
것입니다.
COVID-19 era.
상생 비즈니스
Along
포럼을
with Korea-ASEAN
비롯해서
India
신남방
Business Week Forum, various
빅바이오
programs will be held,
상담회,
such as ASEAN
신남방
and India Big Bio
상생
Online Conference,
홍보관,
ASEAN Win-Win
아세안 문화
Promotion Hall,
체험존 등
ASEAN
다양한
Culture
프로그램들이
Experience Zone.
진행됩니다. 포럼에는
We
아까
have
소개된 바와
invited,
같이
as you heard
노벨
from the
경제학상
MC, were
수상자인
renowned speakers,
조셉
including Nobel Prize
스티글리츠
winner Joseph
콜롬비아
Stiglitz,
대학
Columbia
교수님,
University
또
professor,
인도네시아의
the representative
전자상거래기업
Indonesia
부칼라팍
e-commerce
대표와
company
아세안
Bukalapak, and
사무총장도
the
연사로
ASEAN
나서고
Secretary General
있습니다.
will be
그래서
joining us
코로나
today. They will be
포스트 코로나19
presenting
아시안의
visions on
역할과
post-COVID-19
미래
era, the
그리고
Asia's
한국과
role and future,
신남방
and
협력 등에
ASEAN
관한
and India
비전을
Korea
제시할
cooperation.
예정입니다. 존경하는
Dear
경제인 및 내외
business
귀빈
leaders and
여러분,
distinguished guests from home and abroad,
코로나19로 야기된
overcoming
위기
the
극복은
crisis caused by the
아시아의 향후
COVID-19
미래를
will be a
결정한
significant turning point
중대한
that will
전환점이 될
determine the
것입니다.
future of
이번
Asia going
신남방
beyond
비즈니스
the
위크를
new
통해서
southern. We look
양국
forward to seeing
경제인들이
practical results
실질적인
for business from both
성과를 거둘 수 있게
countries
되길
through the
기대합니다.
Korea-ASEAN
또한
and India
포스트 코로나
Business
시대를
Week.
이겨낼 수
We
있는
also look forward to
새로운
sharing
비전과
new visions and
그리고
ideas to
아이디어를
overcome
공유하는
the
장이 되기를
post-COVID-19
기대합니다.
era.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman and CEO Young-ju Kim, for not only officially opening today's proceedings, but also for all the dedications behind the scenes. Well, as you have mentioned, the new southern region is the most dynamic region on Earth. And in order to mitigate the unprecedented challenges and the uncertainty given by the virus, we will have to use wisely the given time. So now, in order to congratulate today's event, Bokyeong Park, Chairman of Presidential Committee on New Southern Policy and Economic Advisor to the President, will deliver his congratulatory remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big hand.
이 자리에 참석하신 내외 기빈
Distinguished
여러분
Ladies
안녕하십니까?
and gentlemen, greetings.
청와대 경제보좌관계
I'm Bokyeong, Advisory to the President for Economy and Chairman of Presidential Committee on New Southern Policy. First, let me extend my gratitude to CEO Kim Young-ju of KITA, KOTRA, and other participating institutions for joining with us today.
아세안 10개 회원국과 인도 지역
Also, my special
대상들을
thanks
비롯한
go
내외
to
기분
Ambassador
여러분께도
of
감사의
11
말씀을
countries
드립니다.
key to New Southern Policy
작년
and
말부터
distinguished
시작된
guest. At the
초유의
end of last year,
코로나19로
the
인해
unprecedented
국제행사 개최가
COVID-19
쉽지
outbreak
않은
has hampered us
가운데서도
from hosting international
오는
events,
11월에
and yet we have managed
예정된
to open
아세안 정상회담, 한
this
아세안
event
정상회담 등에 앞서
before the next ASEAN
이번
Summit
행사를
and
개최하게 되어
Korea-ASEAN
대단히 기쁘게
Summit.
생각합니다. 근본 포럼은
This year's forum,
코로나19
despite the
상황에서도
COVID-19,
한국과
is
신남방
going
지역
to
간
allow
비즈니스
us
협력을
continue to
지속하고
business cooperation
나아가
between
포스트
Korea
코로나
and the new
시대에
Southern Policy
두
countries
지역의
and
상생
seek a
번영을
future
위한
vision
미래
for
비전을
mutual
함께
prosperity
모색하는
befitting the
좋은 기회가 될 것으로
post-COVID-19
생각합니다.
world.
내외 기빈 여러분,
Distinguished guest,
한국과 신남방 지역은
considering the
양측이
economic
가진 경제
capacity and
역량과
potential of
잠재력을
both
고려할 때
regions, the
상호
two
번영을
regions
위한
are
최적의
an ideal
파트너라고
partner
생각합니다.
for mutual prosperity
우선
to each other.
아세안 10개국과
Above all, 10 ASEAN
인도를
countries
포함하는
and
신남방
India,
지역은
or the new
김영주
Southern Policy
회장님께서
countries,
말씀했다시피
like
세계적으로 가장
the
빠르게
CEO
성장하는
just said,
지역입니다.
the region
코로나19로
growing
인해서
fastest
지금
in the
일시적으로
world.
성장이 주춤했다고 하지만
We are
이
attacked by
코로나19가
COVID-19
끝나면
and the growth
그
has been
엄청난
somewhat
성장의
undermined,
잠재력은
but our
다시 폭발할
potential
것으로
will explode
믿어지지
once
않습니다.
again when we successfully conquer this virus.
한국은 신남방 지역의 발전 수요에 기여할 수 있는
Korea
다양한 협력
is
잠재력을
capable
보유하고
of
있다고
engaging in
생각합니다.
cooperation of various forms
한국은
which can
아시아에서
contribute to meeting
대표적인
development needs of the
산업
new
발전
Southern Policy
모델로서
region. Korea set an example of Asia-style industrial
조선,
development, and its
철강화학
major
등
industries,
주요 산업
including
분야에서
electric,
세계적 수준의
electronics,
경쟁력을
automobile,
보유하고
shipbuilding,
있습니다.
steel, chemical
특히
boast the
최근
world-class
신남방 국가들이 역점을
competitiveness.
두고
In
있는
particular, the area of interest for the new
전기자동차
Southern
등 4차
countries,
산업 분야에서도
5G, electric
한국은
vehicles, and
유망한
other
협력
fourth industrial
대상입니다.
revolution-related
또한
fields also
한국은
see Korea as an
수자원
attractive
관리,
cooperation partner.
자연재해 예방,
Also in the fields
사이버
such
안보
as
등
water
지속
resource and
가능한 발전에
environmental
필요한
management,
새로운
natural
분야에서도
disasters, cybersecurity,
상호 협력의
and
잠재력을
other sustainable
충분히
development
보유하고
focused area, Korea's
이러한
potential of
상호 협력의
cooperation
잠재력을
is
구체화하기
evident.
위해서
To bring out this potential
2017년
to the
저희
surface in
문재인 대통령께서는
2017, President Moon announced a new vision entitled New Southern Policy for People-Centered Community of
이런
Peace and
비전에
Prosperity.
따라서 대통령께서는
President visit
11개 파트너 국가들을
to
모두
11,
방문하시고
all
또 정상회의를
11
활발히
new
펼쳤습니다.
Southern Policy
그리고 저희
countries
신남방 정책
and
특별위원회는
summit
이런 비전을
meetings
구체화하기 위해
were
다양한
completed,
협력
and
사업을
my
발굴해서
committee has
추진하고
been
있습니다.
working hard to discover a good project to
이를 통해
realize this vision.
한국은 신남방 정책에 대한
As a
파트너
result,
국가의
last year's
신뢰를
bilateral trading volume
굳건한 신뢰를 확보했다고
jumped
생각하고
because we
또한
believe that
아세안
the
및
bilateral
인도와의
trade
협력 관계를
trust between the two
한국의
countries
전통적인
has reinforced
4강 국가
remarkably.
수준으로 강화하는
And
성과를 거두었다고
I believe that
생각합니다.
Korea's relation with the region is
네,
now
기민
as strong
여러분,
as the one between the
최근 전
region and
세계를
its
덮친
neighboring
코로나19
four
사태는
countries.
한국과
Distinguished
신남방
guest,
국가
the world
간
has been stricken by the
새로운 도전이 되고 있는
COVID-19,
것 또한
a crisis
사실입니다.
now being seen as a
코로나19
challenge to
확산
the
방지를
cooperation
위한
between
국가
Korea
내
and the new
이동
Southern
제한과
Policy region.
국가 간 봉쇄
To
조치로
stop the
인해
spread,
원활한
travel
물자
restriction
및
within and
인적
between
교류가
countries were
어려워졌습니다.
imposed, making exchange of
여기에
goods and human
기존에
resources
심화되던
become
국가 간
difficult.
무역 분쟁과
To make it
기술
worse,
패권
already
경쟁이
serious trade wars and
코로나 이후
hegemonic battle over
경제 강화에
technologies
따른
have further aggravated due to
자국 산업 보호
protectionism
문제가
emerged
맞물려
to tackle the economic
복잡한
slowdown,
양상을 띠면서
and the resulting
세계
complex
교육
dynamics
환경에도
have
큰
significantly
영향을 주고
undermined
있습니다.
the global trading environment.
IMF 등 국제기구는
IMF
세계
and
주요국의
international
주요국이
institutions believe that
대부분
major
올해
countries
마이너스
around the
성장할
world
것으로
will
예상하고
experience
또한
negative growth this year.
WTO는 올해 전 세계
Also,
무역 규모가
WTO
약 10%
expects
정도 감소할 것으로 예상하고 있습니다.
9.2% global trade contraction.
그러나
But
위기 속에 기회가
every cloud
있다는
has
말이
a
있듯이
silver lining.
이러한 어려움 속에서도
we
새로운
have just found
협력의 기회가 싹
found
트고
a
있습니다.
hope for new forms of
첫째,
cooperation.
한국은
First,
3T,
Korea's
Test,
3T
Trace,
disease prevention system,
트리트먼트로
test,
대변되는 방역
trace,
시스템을
treat,
통해
has allowed
극단적인
Korea
봉쇄
to
없이
control the disease
방역을
without
통제하고
extreme level
코로나를
lockdown
통제하고
while
경제적
minimizing
충격을 최소화하였습니다.
negative economic
이를
impacts.
토대로
OECD expects that Korea, among the member countries, is going to obtain the highest economic growth this year. And Korea's disease control experiences or the success of it and economic recovery experiences will be something worth to be shared with the new southern policy countries. This successful sharing of experiences and knowledge will help the region to lay a firm foundation of recovery. Second, COVID-19 and China-US war changed the landscape of global supply chain. Countries are going through COVID-19 and have started to realize the importance of reliable global supply chain. Also, trustworthy global trading rules have laid a foundation of growth for both Korea and new certain policy countries, and their importance will only grow in the future. In this process, the importance of new certain policy region of high growth potential is being highlighted once again. This changing international order will be a chance for Korea and new certain policy countries to expand mutually beneficial trading and investment cooperation. Lastly, we are seeing more cooperation demands for successful digitalization of an economy. Since the outbreak of COVID-19, not just traditional industries but also education and other new industries are moving towards digitalization. E-commerce and other non-face-to-face businesses are becoming ever more popular. Digitalization-based innovative manufacturers and service providers are rapidly growing, and this new trend will generate more business cooperation opportunities. Digital transformation policies of each new certain policy countries can create a synergy effect with Korea's digital New Deal policy. These internal and external environmental changes and new cooperation demands of new certain policy countries will be all considered when operating the new certain policy. Korea will actively be responding to the current crisis and taking advantage of any embedded chances, if any.
한국 정부는 한국과 신남방 파트너 국가들 사이의 상생 번영을 위해 다음 세 가지 분야의 경제 협력에 더욱
following
중점을
areas
두어
of cooperation.
첫째는 상호 호혜적이고 지속 가능한
First,
무역 투자
sustainable
기반을
and
구축하는
mutually
것입니다.
beneficial trading
글로벌
framework.
공급망 재편에 대응하여
In order to respond to the global supply chain landscape change, Korea will help its companies hoping to invest in new certain policy region or to improve cooperation with local SMEs so that resilient supply chain can be formed between the two regions. Also, trustworthy international trading rules will be recovered and based on solidarity and cooperation defeating post-COVID-19 times, RCEP and FTAs will be pursued for a freer trading environment. Also, Korean companies moving into the new certain policy region will be supported with their CSR activities in the name of mutually beneficial co-growth. Second, expanded cooperation in the field of cutting-edge future digital industries. National and industrial competitiveness in the future will be defined by the fourth industrial technologies such as AI, big data, and we will expand joint effort in these fields. Also, in order to allow Korean and new certain policy region startups to grow into a global company, cooperation networks will be forged so that a variety of cooperation could be enabled. Due to COVID-19, non-face-to-face industries can suggest a new form of industrial cooperation, and this effort will be also supported. Last is infrastructure cooperation. The rapid growth of new certain policy region means the region has high demand for infrastructure, and Korea's industrial infrastructure development experience and know-how will be utilized for them to actively build a quality smart city, road, ports, and other infrastructure in new certain policy region. Distinguished guests, to be partner for prosperity and growth and the most reliable partner for new certain policy countries, Korea will further march towards the future of mutually beneficial cooperation. Despite the difficulties brought about by COVID-19, I hope that today's event can be a chance to consolidate mutual exchanges and investment. I ask for your active participation and interest in these cooperation efforts so that both regions can expand and strengthen them in various fields based on mutual trust and
여러분 앞에 맹세합니다.
inclusiveness.
오늘 다시 한번 이 자리에
Once again, thank you so much for your
대사님들과
kind
관계기관,
participation, Honorable Ambassador
대표자들께
and distinguished
깊은
representatives
감사의
of
말씀을
relevant
드립니다.
institutions.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman Ford, for your hearty congratulations. Yes, as the Chairman has mentioned, Korea will be a trustworthy partner to all nations. And with the capacity and the potential that each country possess, if we cooperate, we will seek our way out of this dark tunnel. And now this concludes the opening ceremony. And before we move on with our sessions, let me briefly guide you to the programs today. Today we have 3 keynote speeches, each prepared by Professor Joseph Stiglitz of Columbia University, Rachmat Kaimuddin, CEO of Bukalapak, His Excellency Lim Jok-hoi, Secretary General of ASEAN. Afterwards, there will be 2 sessions where speakers will make their presentation, followed by a panel discussion regarding the subject of each session. The topic of the first session is Stay-at-Home Economy and E-commerce, the Acceleration of Digital Transformation. And the title of the second session is Innovative Startup and the Shift in Asian Startup Environment. Well, as our ultimate goal is to go beyond the mutual cooperation and walk towards a sustainable future, I hope that everybody will stay with us until the very end in order to have a delightful discussion. And once again, let me remind you that we are providing simultaneous interpretation today. So please fix your devices to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. And now, without further ado, I'll be very happy to introduce to you our first keynote speaker, who we usually meet in an economic textbook. A Nobel laureate, Professor Joseph Eugene Stiglitz of Columbia University. Well, today he has prepared his keynote speech in a video under the title Post-COVID-19, the Role of Asia. Well, we will be meeting Professor Joseph Eugene Stiglitz through the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
It's a pleasure for me to be here to address you on the post-COVID-19 world, the post-COVID-19 global economy, and the role and future of Asia. But before we can turn to what the post-pandemic world looks like, we have to overcome the pandemic and its economic aftermath. The pandemic is likely to be the defining event of our era. And I'll come to and speak in a moment about why that is so. At this point, it is very clear that the V-shaped recovery that was hoped for in the beginning of the pandemic will not happen. It's too late for that. The damage has already been done in many of the major countries of the world. In the United States, for instance, the initial forecast was that we would have a short shutdown. And the U.S. government provided an enormous amount of assistance. I'll talk about that later. But it was all predicated on there being a V-shaped recovery. And so the assistance programs were designed to end in 8 weeks, 10 weeks, by the end of June. And of course, by now, we are in the end of September, beginning of October, and it's very clear the pandemic will be with us for months to come. The depth and the duration of the global downturn will, of course, depend on the policies adopted by various countries. Not only the magnitude of the spending, but the design. The fact that a major country like the United States is now hesitating to provide the assistance that is necessary does not bode well for the global recovery. Current forecasts for 2020 are in fact bleak. The forecast is that there will be negative world growth, a fall of more than 4%, something that we haven't seen for 80 years or more. The recovery back to the levels at the end of 2019 is not expected before 2022 at the earliest. Of course, the post-pandemic world will be different, and it will be shaped by the pandemic itself, the lessons that have been taught, the damage that has been done, and by the contemporaneous climate and inequality crises. There are also changed views on globalization that are going to be central to the post-pandemic world, and I'm going to talk a lot about that. Already before the pandemic, there was a kind of skepticism in many countries, a kind of nativism, populism. At the same time, the pandemic exposed the lack of resilience in global supply chains. But going the other way, the pandemic has highlighted the importance of global cooperation. The varying fortunes of the different economies around the world that I described just a minute ago is one of the ingredients that is going to be contributing to the new geoeconomics. There's also a new Cold War, and that will have important implications, particularly for Asia. So let me go back and talk about the critical issue of managing the pandemic and its economic aftermath. There's been a lot of controversy about the chicken and egg problem. Do we need to manage the pandemic if we're going to manage the economic consequences, or can we bifurcate the two? I think the evidence is overwhelming at this point. With a few exceptions, the only countries that have done well or have even had a moderate decline are the countries that have brought the pandemic under control. And some countries have done much better in bringing the pandemic under control. This has been a fertile area for social scientists, economists, trying to understand why is it that some countries have been so much more successful than others. And I think there's a growing consensus on what the critical features are. Countries in which there is trust in government and science, respect of citizens for each other, and strong public institutions, a high level of government competence, have done better. In general, strong democracies like New Zealand have done very well because they foster all these things. At the other extreme, those countries where leadership is in the form of demagogues and populists, especially those whose agenda has been based on nativism, exploiting social divisions, undermining science, attacking the truth, attacking the media, these countries have done poorly. Among the best responses to the pandemic around the world have been countries in Asia. Korea, Vietnam, and a few other Asian countries have been exemplary. One of the reasons is within these countries, there's a long tradition of respect for community, of individuals for each other, living in close quarters with a culture that has emphasized this kind of respect. An example of that kind of success is Korea. The recent tabulation shows only 388 deaths, 23,000 cases, a little more than 100 new cases a day. This in one of the countries that was first afflicted by the disease. They use science to do testing and tracing, and this, together with respect for each other, has brought the disease under control. So the first order of business is managing the pandemic, the health. But we also are concerned with managing the economic aftermath, which has been absolutely devastating. I talked about in terms of the statistics, what's happening to GDP, what's happening to unemployment. But behind that are the lives of millions and millions of people and businesses going bankrupt, businesses facing an uncertain future. Again, some countries have done particularly well, and some have done particularly poorly. And some of the same factors that I described earlier that contributed to success in managing the pandemic have contributed to success in managing the economic consequences. Some of the Asian countries have been among the best performers. In fact, Asia includes among the few countries that are expected to have some growth in 2020. By most estimates, Korea is the second best. The estimates vary from 1% decline to the most recent statistics coming out of UNCTAD of a 0.1% growth. But it also includes some countries that are performing below average. For instance, the United States has a decline greater than the global average, estimated between 5 to 8%. I think it's important to realize that the global recovery from this pandemic is likely to be much more difficult than in 2008. There are a number of reasons for this. I already explained it's not going to be a V-shaped recovery. The factors that determine how long and how deep the downturn have been in play. Balance sheets of households and firms have been eroded. Firms have gone bankrupt. So all this means that there's likely to be a deeper downturn. And one of the distinct differences between this crisis and 2008 was that in 2008, Asia played a central role in the recovery from the global financial crisis. China had extraordinarily rapid economic growth that led to an increase in demand for commodities, goods and services from around the world, and that buoyed the rest of the economy, global economy. The fact that some countries have been so much more successful than others obviously has long-run implications. I believe that the successes and the failures that we've seen in this pandemic may say a lot about future prospects. Asia's share in the global GDP will almost surely grow and grow significantly. And its share of global trade is likely to grow even more. And so that brings me to the second major topic I want to talk about, which is changing views on globalization. Even before the pandemic, there were changing views on globalization. Now, when we think about globalization, the part of the world that probably has benefited most from the open global system has been Asia. It took advantage of the manufacturing export-led growth, and that led to enormous increases in the standards of living of the citizens of Asia. But Americans also benefited. As a result, we were able to export much more to Asia than we otherwise would have. But we need to understand that even before the pandemic, that manufacturing export-led model was reaching its limit, as global manufacturing employment was in decline, increasing importance of the service sector. And that would have meant that there was a necessity for Asia to look for a new growth model. But whatever the nature of that new growth model, trade, multilateralism is going to be very important. And thus, Asia has an important role, a critical role, in advocating for a rules-based multilateral system. One of the things that economists emphasize over and over again is how important the rule of law has been to economic growth, to the success of the market economy. And the same thing applies not only domestically, but also internationally. And unfortunately, for the moment, the United States, which was the leader in creating the rules-based multilateral system, has been its most strongest critic. And Asia has to take up the role in becoming the advocate of this multilateral rules-based system. That doesn't mean that the system is perfect. The pandemic has in fact exposed weaknesses in the global economic and political system. For instance, it has exposed the inequalities within and between countries. COVID-19 is not an equal opportunity virus. It goes after those in poor health. And as a result of that, COVID-19 has exposed the enormous magnitudes of the health inequalities and the weaknesses in the social protective systems in some countries, the United States included. And of course, these health inequalities are related to very large income inequalities that have marked so many countries, including some in Asia. But it should also be emphasized that some of the most successful countries in curbing the extent of inequality have been in Asia. And it is partly because that they have created societies with less inequality, with more shared prosperity, that they have done a better job in managing the pandemic and in managing the economic aftermath. My concern is, particularly in the countries where there already is a high level of inequality, the pandemic is likely to increase those inequalities. My hope is that as we've seen these inequalities so vividly, it will increase our resolve to address these inequalities and weaknesses in our social protection systems. And what will emerge from the post-pandemic world will be a world with fewer inequalities. The pandemic has also exposed weaknesses in markets. It has shown, for instance, the lack of resilience of the global supply chains. Many countries couldn't even produce simple products like masks and protective gear, let alone more complicated products like tests and ventilators. Markets were seen to be short-sighted. They were looking for the cheapest source. And we saw that kind of short-sightedness in the global financial crisis of 2008. We see it pervasively in our society. We build cars without spare tires. You save a little bit of money up front, but of course, when you have a flat tire and you're couple hundred miles from the nearest gas station, you understand why it used to be the case that people put in a spare tire in their car. It was imprudent not to do that. Well, in terms of our global supply chains, we found them to be insufficiently diversified. There was a lack of assessment of risk. The response to the recognition of our lack of resilience of the global supply chains is there's likely to be some onshoring. It won't solve the problem of deindustrialization in the developed countries that has been such a political problem over the recent years, but it will weaken further the manufacturing export-led growth model that's been so important for some countries in Asia. And the other response is there's likely to be more diversification of supply chains. This, of course, will entail higher costs. but it also means it provides enormous potential benefits for many of the countries in Asia outside of China, if they're able to grasp the opportunity that this diversification of supply chains provides. The pandemic has also exposed the weaknesses in the capabilities of some governments. In times of disaster, we always turn to government. Some governments have shown themselves much better prepared. Korea and New Zealand are two examples. In other countries, like the United States, 40 years of denigration of the role of the government left governments less prepared to deal with this and other crises. The last 4 years have been particularly devastating in the United States. The administration that funded the critical agency that was responsible, the scientific agency responsible for managing pandemics. We were warned about pandemics by SARS, by MERS, by Ebola, and previous administration set up a White House office for dealing with pandemics within the National Security Council, recognizing it was a matter of national security. But that White House office was disbanded. We had stockpiles of ventilators and masks and protective gear. But this administration allowed those stockpiles to be depleted. And the critical agency for managing contagious disease, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, was defunded. So hopefully we will have learned the lesson from the pandemic. We will restore a better balance between markets, government, and civil society, a balance that is already present in many of the Asian countries. And hopefully they'll be able to maintain that balance as time goes forward. A particular aspect of the response to the crisis, as I mentioned before, has been the huge government expenditures, resulting in large deficits and debts. In some countries, in emerging markets and developing countries, there are likely to be debt crises. The economic downturn was greater than anything anybody had expected. But unfortunately, there's no mechanism for restructuring the debt of governments. In the aftermath of the global financial crisis, I was appointed by the President of the General Assembly of the UN, chair a commission to look at what should be done to prevent another crisis and response to the next crisis. And one of our strong recommendations was to create a framework, a mechanism for sovereign debt restructuring. And in response to that, the General Assembly in 2015 adopted overwhelmingly a set of principles to guide the restructuring of sovereign debt. Unfortunately, among the few countries opposing was the United States and a couple of few European countries. But that has meant that work on creating that sovereign debt restructuring mechanism has not proceeded. Hopefully, one of the things that we will create in the post-pandemic world is a mechanism to do that. And that kind of mechanism will contribute to economic stability and hasten recovery in the next crisis. But unfortunately, the absence of one will contribute to a slow recovery in this crisis. One of the consequences of this huge buildup of debt is worries about inflation. But let me be clear, those worries are largely misplaced. Inflation results from excess demand. And right now, there's an insufficiency of aggregate demand. That's why the Federal Reserve anticipates that interest rates will remain close to zero for as long as the eye can see, for years into the future. But if it should become important, we have the tools to deal with it. Monetary policy and fiscal policy. We have ample mechanisms by which we can contain the effects of inflation. Right now, the issue is to make sure that there is not more damage done to the economy. Right now, the concern is that we spend enough to get the kind of recovery that we need. But the huge expenditures do imply that there's a larger role for government in shaping the economy. Never before has government spent so much money. And citizens have the right to demand that this post-pandemic economy reflect their vision. Some Asian countries, like Korea, have a long and successful history of helping shape the economy, sometimes what's called the developmental state. And this is especially important at this moment of transition to the green economy, to a knowledge economy, an economy with greater equality. Some Asian countries are taking the lead in building back better. Korea's Green New Deal with its hydrogen cities is an example. And that kind of a vision of what kind of post-pandemic economy we should have should be reflected both in the allocation of funds and the conditions imposed on providing the funds. So, in short, hopefully, the post-pandemic economy will better reflect a vision of the future. Again, Asia, I believe, is poised to take a leadership position in achieving this. Let me now finally turn to the post-pandemic geopolitics and geoeconomics. I've already mentioned the fact that Asia is going to be growing so much more successfully than some other parts of the world means that it's going to have more influence, particularly in areas of globalization like global trade. 30 years ago, at the end of the Cold War, some people, like Francis Fukuyama, were optimistic that we would all converge to being liberal democracies and free market economies. And trade liberalization and globalization were seen as accelerating that process. Francis Fukuyama wrote a very influential book called The End of History, in which he put forward that idea. Well, at this juncture, that now seems like a Pollyannish fantasy. For the foreseeable future, there will be major countries with different economic and political systems, some without respect for basic economic and political human rights. And this is part of what will be affecting what many people are calling the new Cold War between China and the US. But it will also pose a real challenge for many of the countries who may be caught between two sides in this new Cold War. The pandemic has also exposed the need for global cooperation. The virus doesn't respect national borders. Health is a global public good. In many ways, we've seen unprecedented cooperation. For instance, among the scientists in finding vaccines, therapeutics, tests. Fighting climate change is another global public good, which is existential for our world. And the IMF has been leading the fight for a strong global recovery. It's emphasized the importance of a new issuance of SDRs, some $500 billion, which would provide essential resources to the emerging markets and the developing countries. Fortunately, there are in Congress now legislation to go beyond that $500 billion to make it $2 trillion. And I believe in a new administration that those bills would be adopted. So finally, let me conclude by going back to the underlying theme of this talk. The post-COVID-19 world the role and future of Asia. As I said, the post-pandemic world will look markedly different. Hopefully, we will recognize the need for more global cooperation, including strengthening multilateral institutions such as the World Health Organization. Cooperation will be required even among countries whose economic and political systems fundamentally differ. Asia can and must play an active role, reflecting the new geoeconomics, Asia's increasing role in the global economy. But the new divisions in the world may require greater cooperation within Asia, among the countries of Asia. And this is an important aspect of this conference. Hopefully, the post-pandemic world will reflect the lessons of the pandemic and a new vision of the 21st century economy. We will have learned the lessons. We need a better balance between markets, government, and civil society, more resilience of both public and private sector, a better globalization. We have to address the problems of inequality, and we need a greener and more knowledge-based economy. Asia can and should lead the way in creating this 21st century global economy. Let me bring all this together by talking about the implications of what I've just said for the post-COVID-19 world and the role and the future of Asia. The post-pandemic world will, I'm quite sure, look markedly different from the world pre-pandemic. We've become more aware, as I've said, of some of the weaknesses in our system. We've become more aware of the lack of resilience, the inadequacies in our systems of social protection, inadequacies, at least in the United States, in our healthcare systems. We've become more aware of the magnitudes of the inequalities in our societies and the injustices which have been revealed. We've also seen that borders do matter, that unfortunately there's been some aspects of vaccine nativism, attempts by some countries to hoard products. We've also become more aware, as I've said, of the need for more cooperation. So all of these are insights that will be going into the construction of the post-pandemic world, let alone our awareness of other issues that have not been resolved, most importantly, the problems of climate change. As I think about the post-pandemic world, hopefully we will recognize the need for more global cooperation, including strengthening the multilateral institutions, including the World Health Organization. Of course, none of these institutions are perfect. No human institution is perfect. But our struggle should be to try to make them better. These are issues, health, climate change are issues that can only be solved globally. One of the hardest challenges is that we will need to have cooperation even among countries whose economic and political systems fundamentally differ. We may not agree with them. When the Titanic went down, people were put in rowboats, lifeboats, with people that they may not have liked. But the first order of business is to get to safety. The first order of business is controlling the pandemic, dealing with climate change, dealing with the multitude of issues that are necessary for us to resolve from a planetary point of view. I am quite convinced that Asia can and should play an active role in constructing this new global order. It comes naturally in some sense because of the increasing economic role of Asia in the global economy. The share of Asia in the world's economy has increased enormously over the last 40 years. In many ways, Asia's role is getting back to where it was in 1820, when Asia had something like 50% or more of global GDP. After that, Asia's share of global GDP went down, and it is last being restored to the levels that it had some 200 years ago. Asia should obviously play a critical role reflecting this new geoeconomics that is emerging. The divisions that are existing across the countries of the world may require greater cooperation within Asia. But I want to spend a few minutes talking about the particular strengths of Asia and why it is that I think that Asia can play a particularly vital role in this post-pandemic world. I saw those strengths very clearly in a project that I undertook a little more than 30 years ago. It was a project at the World Bank called the East Asia Miracle, financed by Japan. It was at a critical point in this tremendous growth that Asia has experienced over the last half century. The question that the World Bank asked, question that the Japanese economy asked, was why was it that Asia was so successful? More successful than we had ever seen. In fact, a few years earlier, Gunnar Myrdal, who received the Nobel Prize, had written a very influential book called The Asia Dilemma, in which his forecast was that Asia would continue to be mired in the poverty in which it had experienced for centuries. It's an important warning for economists not to make predictions, because it was right after that Asia's growth started to soar. Never seen anything like it. Well, as I and the other team with whom I were working studied what were the sources of this East Asian miracle, there were a number of factors to which our attention was brought. One was very strong education and a rapid improvement in the quality of education. Another was high investments in technology, in research. A third was high levels of equality. The standard measure of inequality is the Gini coefficient, and Asia was towards the top of the list of countries. Another was a strong role of government, a more balanced perspective, not the kind of extreme that we saw in some other parts of the world. That role of government was important for the advances in education, for the adoption of technology, for steering the economy. In fact, it was called the developmental state, for investing in infrastructure. And that is, I think, very much at the core of the success of East Asia and the other countries around the world that have been doing well. A balance between the government, markets, and more broadly, civil society. This is one of the main themes in my book, People, Power, and Profits, arguing that today we need a new social contract, a better balance, that in the past, various countries have veered off too much on one side or too much on the other. Communism veered off too much on the side of having government do everything. And government couldn't do everything. But on the other hand, the United States and a few other countries have veered off too far, relying on just markets. And markets couldn't provide systems of social protection, couldn't provide the kind of resilience that we need in the face of a pandemic. And so that's one of the critical lessons that all of the world needs to learn from East Asia, this kind of better balance, this new social contract that is going to work, be necessary for the 21st century. Those very characteristics that underlay the East Asia miracle have served many of the countries in Asia well in addressing the pandemic. And I feel confident that they will serve these countries well in responding to the post-pandemic world, in creating a strong post-pandemic economies and societies. So let me just conclude by saying, hopefully, this post-pandemic world will reflect the lessons of the pandemic and a new vision of the 21st century economy. This vision has to be based, I think, on a better balance between markets, government, civil society. It will have to entail more resilience than we've seen on both the private sector and on the public. Better institutions for managing risk. A better globalization where we don't see the kinds of nativism, the undermining of rules-based systems that we've seen in the last few years. This new post-pandemic society will have to address the problems of inequality that have become rampant in so many places around the world. And finally, it will have to be a greener and a more knowledge-based economy. Because Asia has already shown so many of the ingredients necessary to achieve this kind of post-pandemic world, this kind of better balance, kind of understanding of the need for science, for trust, for respect for each other, the need for cooperation. It's because of that I think that Asia can and should lead the way in creating the 21st century economy and society that we need. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Professor, for your keynote speech. Yes, we will have to overcome the pandemic and its aftermath. And thanks to the Professor Joseph Stiglitz presentation, we were able to visualize that Asia will eventually sort its way out of the pandemic. And as everybody knows, the shock wave of COVID-19 has upended the global business economy. And at the second keynote speech, Rachmat, Kaimuddin, CEO of Bukalapak, Indonesia's fourth unicorn startup, will share his thoughts on Pandenomics, the change in business paradigm. Let's meet CEO Rachmat Kaimuddin through the screen.
Hi, my name is Rachmat Kaimuddin, and I am the CEO of Bukalapak, an e-commerce company based in Indonesia. Today, I would like to start with some background regarding internet economy in Southeast Asia and in Indonesia. As of 2019, 570 million people lives in Southeast Asia. 360 million people are connected to the internet, and the internet economy size is about $100 billion. The largest country in Southeast Asia is in Indonesia. Indonesia is home for 270 million people, and it has 152 million internet users, more than 40% of the total digital population in Southeast Asia. Indonesian internet economy is estimated at $40 billion, and it is the largest and the fastest growing in the region, growing at 49% compounded annual growth rate. This $40 billion market has been dominated by e-commerce with around 50% share. Indonesian e-commerce market also has grown 12 times from 2015 to 2019. This huge market has attracted many players. 4 biggest players in Indonesia are all unicorns, 2 regional players and 2 domestic players. Each of the players have different strategies and focuses on different segments. Bukalapak is one of the homegrown players, and it was founded by the ambition to create economic prosperity to more people. We believe that commerce is the cornerstone of prosperity. However, we see that there are many barriers for people to do commerce fairly. Lack of capital usually means that you can only open a small business with access to a small market. Living in a place with lack of infrastructure usually means you have a very limited options on the goods and services that you can buy and sell. Being unbankable or not financially included usually means that you are stuck in a physical economy. You can only trade with the people you can physically meet. What is our effort to reduce these barriers? Firstly, we start an online marketplace. We want to create an equal opportunities for people in Indonesia. In online marketplace, we provide a platform for merchants to open shops that have similar access to the market compared to the others that have bigger capital. The discrepancy of capital is much less important in an online marketplace, and it really depends on other factors like ability to serve your customers. With our logistic partners, people everywhere can buy and sell in a similar manner. In our online marketplace, we added additional services, which we call virtual products. Now, people can easily do things like buying phone credits, paying bills, taxes, travel, even borrow money and investing. These are the type of transactions that would have taken a big effort if you live far from the commercial centers. Now, you can do it from the comfort of your home. Over time, we realized that we need to have a solution for the people who are not comfortable doing online transaction or are not financially included yet. That's when we created Mitra Bukalapak.
Tambah kecapnya 3, Bang.
Aduh, mampu tinggal 1.
Oh, ya udah nggak apa-apa.
Mas lihat sendiri kan, barang saya udah penuh, sesek. Hari Rabu, beras.
Orang banyak yang di belanja apa itu, coba bayangin Mas. Pesan stok sekarang, datangnya minggu depan. Susah Mas.
Kaki sendiri menikmati hujan di seluruh negeri. Aku datang kawan kepadamu kini, membawa lagu yang ku tulis selama ini. Kini kau kuat dengan segudang harapan. Kini kau kuat menampung sejuta impian, melangkahi waktu dan jarak, memanggil diriku selalu dekat.
Sama-sama. Mari.
Selamat siang Ibu, kiriman dari Mitra Bukalapak. Jangan lupa scan QR Bu ya. Makasih Bu ya.
Ya, sama-sama.
Gimana? Pacarnya udah ganti lagi ya?
Udah Pak.
Jadi kalau Bapak kurang apa-apa nih, tinggal Bapak pencet nih fiturnya. Pokoknya Bapak terbantu sekali, Dan.
Dan Bapak sangat berterima kasih sama yang membuat aplikasi ini.
Kau kuat dengan teguh dan harapan. Kini kau kuat menampung sejuta impian. Langkahi waktu dan jarak, memanggil diriku selalu
What we do is, we create a bridge between online and offline by enabling the agents that they already trusted. The neighborhood mom and pop shops, or what we call warung in Indonesia. We create an application for the warungs, where we injected the capabilities of the online marketplace to them. Now, the warungs can be a payment agent or a place you can order goods from our online marketplace. The warungs immediately get more goods and services to sell, and they can get more income. The people who are previously not connected to the e-commerce become connected. So more market for the merchants, more business for the warungs, more options and convenience for the people. Today, our platform, which is our online marketplace called Bukalapak, and our online to offline seller application called Mitra Bukalapak, are home for 10 million small and medium businesses, 100 million online users, and many more people who transact offline. Now, how do we see the pandemic affecting the business? From the market, we see that pandemic creates three major changes of behavior. Due to COVID, people are more concerned about their personal safety and health. People are also staying more at home, and people are more careful in their spending. And that's what we see in terms of transactions as well. Things related to health are growing significantly, like vitamins and sporting equipments. Things related to what makes people comfortable and productive at home are also selling quite well, like hobbies and working equipments. And people seem to look for value for money as the average order values are also going down. We also see some trends that we have to manage operationally. We see that people who traditionally are reluctant to transact online become online users. More people are also opening business online, potentially to increase their income. And more demand for technology companies to play more important roles in providing solutions for the problems in the society. So these past few months, we have been working very hard to ensure that our operations are not disrupted, and we have the capacity to handle the customer demands. We have been actively onboarding and educating our users, both sellers and buyers, so they can transact safely and securely to get the most out of the platforms. And also we have been working with the government and other institutions to support local economies. For example, we are part of the national campaign to promote local products. We are a government partner to disburse economic incentives for affected workers, and our platform has been used extensively in collaboration with other private institutions to gather and disburse donations.
Tujuh-belasan kali ini mungkin 17 Agustus yang paling ramai. Ramai harapan dan semangat. 17-an kali ini banyak banget yang berlomba. Berkompetisi bagi ilmu dan buka peluang. 17-an kali ini mungkin kita mecahin rekor. Dengan berbagi solidaritas termasif pada sesama. Tujuh-belasan kali ini banyak yang laris manis. Karena waktu ngumpul diobral abis. 17-an kali ini juga banyak miliarder baru. Yang asetnya miliaran kebaikan. 17-an kali ini tentu saja bikin kita jadi lebih berani. Buat nyoba hal-hal baru. 17-an kali ini juga ada banyak peluang yang nunggu buat ditemuin.
75 tahun yang lalu kita merdeka dari penjajah. Maka 17-an kali ini kita juga akan merdeka. Merdeka dari sikap pesimis karena kita Indonesia. Tanah air, jiwa-jiwa yang tangguh. Today's crisis make digital transformation no longer an option, but a necessity. We are very grateful that the platform that we created and working on for over a decade can be of more use to the people. We encourage more people in Indonesia to take advantage of it. And we hope that Bukalapak can continue to be a solution to create a fair economy for all. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Rachmat Kaimuddin, CEO of Bukalapak, for sharing your message. Well, as the shiny technologies are showing an exponential growth, technologies are not an option, but it became necessities. So it would be indeed important for us to be prepared for these changes. So for our third keynote speaker, His Excellency Lim Jok-hoi, Secretary General of ASEAN, will share with us the mutual cooperation and future vision of Korea and ASEAN in the post-COVID era through the screen.
Mr. Park Bokyeong, Chairman of the Presidential Committee on New Southern Policy, Mr. Kim Young-joo, Chairman of Korean International Trade Association, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to address you at the opening session of the second Korean, ASEAN and Indian Business Week. This year's gathering of entrepreneurs, business people, academics, policymakers, and the media is particularly timely and relevant, given the urgency to collective action and smart partnership to contain and overcome the pervasive threat of COVID-19 on our livelihood and the global economy. More than ever, we need to broaden our networks of cooperation and forge new collaboration to facilitate and sustain the reopening of our economies. In addition to ensuring the uninterrupted flow of global trade and services, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, like the rest of the world, ASEAN is not yet out of the woods as far as the pandemic is concerned. It is fortunately in a relatively stable situation, all things being considered. The swift and firm action taken by ASEAN at the onset of the pandemic was particularly important for the region to get a head start in tackling the invisible COVID-19 threat. In particular, the declarations of the Special ASEAN Summit on the Coronavirus Disease 2019, adopted by the Special ASEAN Summit on the 14th April 2020, galvanized the region's collective will and corral the necessary resources to manage and contain the pandemic. The ASEAN health sector has been working diligently and tirelessly to handle the epidemiology and medical aspect of the pandemic, while other ASEAN sector bodies have been contributing their respective expertise to what have evolved into a whole of a community approach to COVID-19. This strong community spirit and unity permeates throughout the ASEAN response to COVID-19 and has allowed ASEAN to look ahead at it, remains vigilant against the pandemic. Allowed me to share some of the ongoing initiatives that ASEAN is currently working towards a post-pandemic future, recognizing that ASEAN is one of the largest trading entities in the world and form a critical node in the global supply chain. The ASEAN Economic Minister through the Hanoi Action Plan on strengthening ASEAN economic cooperation and supply chain connectivity in response to COVID-19 pandemic, has sought to ensure that the lifeline of the international trade and commerce, including provision of medical and medical supplies, continue to flow unimpeded. Although the global business environment has undergone dramatic changes in the past 10 months, ASEAN has and will remain open to business and continue to be business friendly. We are also looking towards the opening of a new chapter in the wider regional economy with the imminent conclusion of a regional comprehensive economic partnership, RCEP, negotiation, which is expected to be formalized at the 37th ASEAN Summit in November. RCEP will deepen regional economic integration, improve ASEAN attractiveness as the preferred investment destination of choice for Korean businesses. The ROK role in the successful RCEP negotiation cannot be underestimated as it took up the extremely challenged role of ASEAN FTA's partners facilitators during the critical period from January to August 2020. In addition, ASEAN has established the COVID-19 ASEAN Response Fund, and I thank the government and the people of the Republic of Korea for being the first external partner to pledge contribution to the fund. The ROK has also supported the ASEAN in addressing the pandemic through a project on enhancing COVID-19 detection capacity for COVID-19 in ASEAN member states, which involves the provision of PCR equipment and test kits to the region's ministers of health. The ROK contribution to the ASEAN Plus 3 Emergency Rice Reserve Appetizer Program with the provision of 15,000 tons of Korean rice since 2017 have helped to protect the region's food security and ensure the stability and adequate supply of this vital staple food during these trying times. ASEAN is finalizing the operationalization of an ASEAN regional reserve of medical supply and ASEAN standard operating procedure for public health emergency and an ASEAN comprehensive recovery framework. It is also in discussion to establish the travel corridor arrangement that will facilitate essential business travels as we ride out the COVID-19 pandemic. Collectively, this initiative formed the groundwork towards the safe and expeditious reopening of the ASEAN economies, as well as laying the foundation for the region's recovery from the pandemic and to build back better for the region to be better prepared and more resilient to manage future pandemic. Distinguished participants, notwithstanding the negative impact of COVID-19, the region's competitive advantage will continue to attract the lion's share of the global foreign direct investment in the post-pandemic period. The region's stable political climate and pro-business environment is a safe haven for investors to expand their businesses. It is also important to note that 60% of the region's population are below the age of 35, and its middle class is expected to reach 340 million by 2030. These unique characteristics position the ASEAN region as a highly competitive production base with a relatively untapped market for rising disposable income. In short, ASEAN as an opportunity that should not be missed. Indeed, the attractiveness of ASEAN has not been lost on the Korean businesses. The ROK, ASEAN's fifth largest trading partner, and the two-way trade between ASEAN and the ROK reached US $150 billion in 2019. Bilateral trade has been increased twofold since the entry into force the ASEAN-Korea Trade in Goods Agreement 2007. These positive developments were carried through the 30th anniversary of the ASEAN ROK Dialogue Partnership 2019, which injected new dynamism into the bilateral trade ties. The dialogue between the ASEAN's Secretary General and the Association of ASEAN-Korea Chambers, which was established and held its first discussion on 24th November 2019, provide a new channel for communication for both sides to exchange views on ways to enhance the business and investment environment in ASEAN. Additionally, the establishment of the ASEAN ROK Startup Partnership last year to develop a startup ecosystem between the ASEAN Coordinating Committee on Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises and the ROK Ministry of SMEs and Startup provided yet another modality to broaden bilateral trade and investment relations. This partnership builds on the ASEAN ROK Startup Policy Roadmap, which aims to create a sustainable and inclusive ASEAN startup ecosystem by addressing development gaps across the region and creating a conducive environment for networking and cooperation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the ASEAN ROK Partnership is a long-enduring, mutual beneficial relations. It is somewhat unexpected and unfortunate that we open a new chapter of this relationship following the high watermark of the ASEAN ROK Commemorative Summit in Busan last year with pandemic crisis on our hands. Nevertheless, President Moon Jae-in, the new Southern policy, which is founded on the important premise of 3 Ps, pillars of people, prosperity, and peace, has built up a strong foundation for us to weather this storm and to guide partnership to greater success towards its 4th decade. The ROK doubling increase of its contribution to the ASEAN Cooperation Fund, which was announced at the commemorative summit, will allow the partnership to undertake new areas of cooperation such as support for the ASEAN Smart City Network, the synergy between the ASEAN Smart City Network and ROK-City Network Global Cooperation Program will see ASEAN member states benefiting from Korean highly acclaimed and successful urbanization projects and urban renewal effort, as well as providing yet another golden opportunity for the Korean business to introduce and expand their branding and product into untapped ASEAN's market. The new Southern policy rides on a strong Korea wave in ASEAN, which has seen cultural phenomena such as BTS and Blackpink takes the ASEAN music scenery by storm. Korean soft power permeates the cultural sphere of the ROK, has been playing a very important part in enhancing ASEAN human capital. For example, the higher education for ASEAN talents or HITS program has been providing scholarship to faculty members of the ASEAN higher education institution to pursue their doctoral degree at Korean's university. Currently, 11 students from the 6 ASEAN member states are participating in the HITS program. We are also excited with the planned rollout of the ASEAN ROK Technical and Vocational Education and Training Mobility Program. This TVET program will provide for student internship and faculty exchanges between ASEAN member states and the ROK, and has the potential to be a game changer in the upgrading and elevating the quality of technical vocational education in the region. These improvements in ASEAN human capital will provide synergistic benefit to Korean firms and businesses in the region as they are able to tap into a larger pool of high quality human resources. Other high-value projects in the pipeline include the ASEAN Korea Industrial Innovation Center and the ASEAN Korea Standardization Research Center, which will further deepen bilateral ties in the field of research and innovation, regional standard harmonization, and the fourth industrial revolution. The speedy conclusion of the Fifth Freedom Traffic negotiation within the context of ASEAN ROK Air Services Agreement will further enhance the air travel connectivity between ASEAN and ROK. Before I conclude my addresses, this morning allowed me to share two unique ROK contributions to ASEAN. First, ROK's visionary leadership in promoting East Asian regionalism and integration is noteworthy. The genesis of the East Asian Summit could be traced to the East Asian Vision Group, which was proposed and convened by then ROK President Kim Dae-jung. The same broad and inclusive ideas are found in the new Southern Policy, which seeks to expand cooperation among Northeast, Southeast, and South Asia partners. Second, Korean foreign direct investment are highly concentrated within CLMV countries of ASEAN. Vietnam is a case in a point. Samsung alone amounts to 28% of Vietnam GDP in 2018. The ROK FDI placement in CLMV countries is making a profound positive impact in helping ASEAN to narrow the development gaps among its member states. Thus, ROK foray into the Mekong region development scene is warmly welcome. The inaugural Mekong ROK Summit in November last year will pave the way for an enhanced partnership among its stakeholders. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, no doubt the pandemic had slowed down regional cooperation. However, ASEAN is full optimistic. People, in fact, over 650 million of us, and we see COVID-19 as providing us a breather to re-energize before we embark full steam ahead on building an open, inclusive, sustainable, rule-based community. The ROK is a value partner and is integral part of our community building efforts. Thank the Korean and international businesses community for your continuing interest and partnership in ASEAN. We look forward to welcoming you to the ASEAN region as soon as COVID-19 recedes. In the meantime, we wish you and your family good health. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Your Excellency Secretary General Lim Jok-hoi of ASEAN. Well, based on the common interest and value, we will further strengthen our partnership. You're currently with us at Korea-ASEAN and India Business Week 2020, and all the sessions are being streamed live on YouTube. The title of the first session is Stay-at-Home Economy and E-commerce, the Acceleration of Digital Transformation. The recent pandemic has changed our daily lives. The work from home, food delivery, and online shopping. The contactless life is bringing about a massive change in lifestyles and consuming patterns. So how are we to tackle these big extreme changes, and how is going to affect the customers and the business world? Let us invite the experts up on the stage to find the details. The moderator, Professor Ji-Hoon Chung of Gyeonggi Cyber University, and panelist CEO Yong-Duk Lee of Viro AI will be joining on the stage, and the rest of the speakers and the panelists will be joining the session through the screen. Thank you very much, and we will be now starting the session. Professor Jung, please.
Can you hear me? Okay. Nice to meet you. My name is Ji-Hoon Jung, the moderator of this session. We have great speakers and panelists on the stage. Firstly, our session name is Stay-at-Home Economy and E-commerce, the Acceleration of Digital Transformation. The speaker is James Chang, the CEO of Lazada Singapore, and the panelists are Samadrin K. Ganashin, co-founder and CEO of B Networks, and David Yong-Dong Lee, CEO of Viro AI, and Eun-Young Kim, industry head of retail, e-commerce, finance, and travel at Google Korea. Please welcome the speech of the James Chang, CEO of Lazada Singapore first.
Hi, good afternoon. I hope you guys can hear me well. I'm currently speaking to you from Singapore Lazada office. 안녕하세요. 이렇게 만나뵈서 반갑습니다.
라자다 공동 창업자.
Hello everyone, it is my great pleasure to meet you. My name is James Chang, the CEO of the company.
Just to give you a bit of a sense, go to the next slide. Wanted to showcase a little bit about the current impact that we've seen in the South Asia market and the growth of e-commerce, and how the South Asia e-commerce
trend and the market is shifting, especially driven a lot by COVID-19. And also, what is Lazada's action in the middle of this change that is happening with us today? So if you can help me go to the next slide. So one more. Yeah, so first, we'll look at the South Asia e-commerce market in detail. So we'll talk about a little bit beyond Singapore, the 6 countries here in South Asia. Help me go to the next one. So first of all, we're looking at a South Asia region, more than 600 million population, where 70% of them will become digital customers by the end of the year 2020. And this has been increasing at a tremendous speed. We've seen more than 60 million new customers coming online in the last 9 months already. This is basically 5 years ahead of what the e-commerce adoption curve looked like in South Asia. This was 1 out of 3 people
who actually prefers to shop online. And this trend has been not only increasing to adopt, but also people are looking to spend more online. More than 50% of the respondents have showcased that their spending on e-commerce and online is going to expand. Move to the next slide. Now, if you compare to South Asia to some of the other markets, I would say South Asia is still at its infancy. We're looking at around 5% of total retail for the region is transacting online. And if you compare that to China, which is around 31%, despite the growth that we've seen so far since 2012, when the e-commerce really got started, we still have a long way to go. And not only that, one of the interesting figures is that if you compare to Singapore, which is the most penetrated e-commerce industry, most advanced e-commerce industry here in South Asia, pre-COVID was around 6% of the retail was transacted online. And in the middle of COVID, during the circuit breaking measures here in Singapore, we've seen that figure rise above 25% of overall retail. Go to the next slide. And this growth, in terms of the sales itself and we call it GMV, the gross merchandise value, by year 2025, we're looking at close to $150 billion to be transacted online. And that will entail about 3 times growth from where it is today. But this growth rate is different by country, and has predominantly have to do with where is the current e-commerce penetration and the evolution of the country's own retail market, as well as macroeconomic factors as well. Currently, from a pure market size perspective, Indonesia have the biggest market of e-commerce today and will continue to do so, increasing more than 2.8 times in the next few years. But when it comes to growth rate, Vietnam is showing a very large and fast growth of e-commerce. And even though the current e-commerce sales itself is not the largest, we've seen the growth rate is definitely one of the largest. Now, from an absolute dollar perspective, Singapore, given the size of the economy, is relatively smaller compared to other markets in absolute dollar. And also the growth rate is lower. However, what e-commerce represents in Singapore is much higher share of the overall retail. So one of the key things we can look at is not only that e-commerce is expanding, and there's a lot of excitement in this region, that growth is different country by country, and also the evolution is different. Go to the next slide. One of the key things that is interesting, Singapore is a city-state, but beyond Singapore, why the e-commerce adoption is growing very fast here in South Asia is because South Asia, many of the country, is made up of very distinguished evolution of tier 1 cities, that's the capital region, and also tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Basically, in many of the cities in South Asia, in the major capital region, the offline retail is fairly developed. And you can find many products and malls in these cities. But as you move to tier 2 and tier 3 cities, the access to goods, the amount of product that's available, it dwindles very quickly. And while the GDP of South Asia continue to rise, offline retail development has a lagging factor due to a lot of infrastructure constraints, as well as the time to develop offline retail sector. This is why the e-commerce growth is disproportionate between the tier 1 and tier 2. Already what we've seen here in South Asia is that tier 2 cities are almost on par as the tier 1 cities when it comes to sales that are being generated. For Lazada as an example, outside of major capital region, we're looking at about 50% of the sales happening in tier 2 and tier 3 cities and showing a fast growth rate as well. So that creates a tremendous opportunity. You look at China, already more than 30% of e-commerce penetration. South Asia even has a potential to leapfrog that number to the new era if you factor in the slow development of the offline retail. Next slide. Now, I want to showcase, if there's that growth opportunity, how exactly is the trend changing? And what did COVID do in the current mix of everything? Go to the next slide. So this is actually our data from Singapore, and we're looking at our buyer data. It's the people who transacted online. And one of the interesting things is, as you've seen from January from 2020, all the way until September is a real figure, and looking into December, what you've seen is here in Singapore, that growth rate during the peak and the heart of the COVID-19 have seen a tremendous uplift and has seen a dip as the offline retails open back up, but continue to be in the rise. So one of the things that we're concluding here is the impact that COVID has had in the e-commerce adoption is not temporary, is absolutely a lasting figure, and it expedited the whole adoption. And this happened. But one is, these customers who have tried out e-commerce for the first time, came online and adopted e-commerce, have not only adopted it, compared to the customers who came online before, has spent more time, spend more money, and buying more categories online. This level of expedited adoption is something that was unforeseen before. And so you look at the time it takes to do multiple categories. So when you first start your online journey, you may start with some lower ticket items. But as situations evolve, as time goes, consumers normally expand the range of the categories that they shop from. So you go to the next slide. What we've seen is many of the new customers that joined during the height of the COVID-19 have looked for very particular things. We call this a mission-driven behavior. I went online because I need to buy masks, I need to buy groceries, I need to buy toilet papers. Very mission-driven, tactical behavior. And as the situation continued to evolve, more people are working from home, and they realized I need equipment to work from home. I need to make sure that enough tablets for the kids to be able to do homeschooling. I need to make sure that we have a setup at home to be able to carry out longer time in daily lives. And that behavior expanded to more needs-based. And then the last is, and then people are saying, you know what? Finding the products online and this whole convenience of it, we're looking for things, how can we spend more time? Toys, hobbies, right? Gardening tools, as well as gym equipment. And basically, consumers have really adopted e-commerce in a wide range of different ways. And the expansion of the categories and the needs have expanded tremendously. Go to the next slide. And some of these, even, I have an example here. BMW came online and joined Lazada in last mall, and it's looking to engage with the customers because COVID-19 created a tremendous traffic and adoption of online, where practically in Singapore, half the population was visiting us online on a monthly basis. And in the peak of it, we've seen growth of gaming consoles growing more than 5 times. Health products more than 3 times, toys and games more than 2 times. So sales have really picked up, continue to improve. There's a figure here on the right side, which basically shows that the number of different categories that people are purchasing from, those who joined e-commerce for the first time during COVID-19, is basically purchasing from larger number of categories. Go to the next slide. And as such trend and the behavior continues, there's one interesting data that we've seen from a research company, as well as we validated from our internal data source, which is while people are coming online, people tends to switch their brands and the typical product that they normally seek more often than not. So we're looking at 54% of the people on average switching brands as they move to online adoption. And we thought this was a pretty interesting figure. Why do people change their brands and products that they normally use when they begin to adopt e-commerce and online? And one of the key conclusions is that when it comes to brand building, awareness, creating a mechanism, promotion, outreach online is different than offline. And what's happening is different brands, different sellers, and different products have different sophistication and maturity level when it comes to engaging the consumers in an online space versus offline space. So while the overall brand is cohesive, what you're seeing is that different brands have different strength, and hence when consumers do come online, they tend to identify, discover different brands and products, and have better appetite to switch their regular products and brands to new ones. Go to the next one. So then we'll look a little bit about some of the measures that we've seen and we've taken place in Lazada. Move to the next slide. So just to introduce us a little bit, Lazada is a leading e-commerce platform here in South Asia. We started back in 2012, and we are part of Alibaba Group in China. We're the brand here in South Asia for e-commerce. And our mission is to accelerate the progress of South Asia through commerce and technology. And the main reason for this is because e-commerce is at its infancy, in an early stage here still in South Asia, our goal is to be able to expedite that growth and to increase penetration. We want to serve 300 million customers here in South Asia and also create millions of jobs and really empower millions of profitable and thriving SMEs across South Asia. Go Go next slide. And one of the key things, not only that we've seen a tremendous growth of new sellers coming online, and this happened in South Asia, as well as other countries outside of South Asia selling into South Asia with our platform, such as South Korea. And one of the things we've done is we work closely with the Singapore government and also different government agencies, how to help the SMEs to expedite their journeys of coming online, provide them with necessary training, toolkits, support, so that they can thrive and be able to get that learning in the middle of COVID-19, where everyone is, safely distanced at home. And this effort of education and training is beyond South Asia. And we've done a similar program for sellers and merchants in Korea, Japan, Hong Kong, and China. And so, and the other data point I want to highlight here is, if you look at on the right side, the small graph there, basically, those who started e-commerce 1 year ago versus those who joined in the middle of the COVID-19, what we've seen is the longer you have been with the platform, the sales increase much faster, up to 120 times of sales growth. And one of the things I want to highlight why that's the case is, actually, for a lot of the e-commerce platform that is powered by a sophisticated AI engine, it takes time for the product and for your store and the brands to be able to showcase and have that lasting effect. It requires a certain level of conversion, certain level of transactions, reviews, scores, and history. And because of that reason, those who joined earlier see a lion's share of the growth as opposed to those who joined recently. So really, if you ask me, there's no timing to join online. It's really about how proficient you are and how fast you can create that adoption. And not only that, one of the new phenomena we're seeing is, even before COVID, we heard many terms of new retail, O2O, how to go from online to offline, offline to online. But this concept of new retail and O2O has really taken to a different meaning. Because even after many of the stores reopened, what we've seen is there has been a lasting effect of the consumer behaviors. The need for retailers and those who operate a physical store to participate and to create a unified strategy for both online and offline has been never this critical. Go to the next slide. And one of the interesting factors is, during this period, actually, the Korean wave have taken another big shift and big movement here in South Asia. And this was grown from a couple of different factors, but one is definitely K-pop. From drama to music, we've seen K-pops and Korean drama taking the top rankings in the Netflix. And also because a lot of South Asians were traveling to South Korea as one of the trends, that you couldn't do that anymore, and hence the popularity to experience Korea in another way, such as cooking Korean meal at home, has been a big trend here we've seen in South Asia. And as part of that, Lazada, with our online grocery on Red Bar, also launched for the first time ever ethnic Kmart. And that has shown a great success also here in Singapore. Go to the next slide. And with that growing trend, we're also going to be introducing in the next, I think later this week, a new Korean celebrity ambassador to represent as the face of Lazada here in South Asia. And on the chart here on the right, what you'll see is the sales growth of Korean branded products. Korean products coming directly from South Korea to Southeast Asia have grown more than 3 times in both sales and orders. And that trend is only increasing month by month. Go to the next slide. But one of the key things that we would like to showcase is, even though we like to look at Southeast Asia as one economic region, actually, each country is very different. Each consumers of those countries, what they're looking for and what they value is very different. So while we've seen a growth of products coming from and the brands from South Korea into South Asia, those who do well are the ones who are able to localize. And what is our definition of localization? We're not talking about selling a different product in a different market. Our definition of localization is providing different promotional mechanism that appeals best to each of the market, providing and pitching different unique selling points, emphasizing different unique selling points for each of the different markets. And most importantly, when it comes to sales and promotional tactics, Should I offer free shipping? Should I offer bundling? Should I offer gift with purchase? Should I offer multi-buy discount and whatnot? It needs to appeal and tailor to each of the countries and the price points in the markets. A certain product from South Korea in one country may not be a premium product, but to another country can be a very premium product. So how you position your product, the messaging of the brand is critical. So with that, we hope to see a further collaboration and more Korean products to be available here in South Asia, and we'll be in the forefront of that journey to support South Korean sellers and brands to expedite and penetrate this market. Thank you very much.
Thank you for presentation. We just have 33 minutes for the discussion. So I prepared several questions on the panelists. We still have 3 great panelists. Actually, James covered extensive review of the e-commerce, but as you know, the digital transformation covers many things together. So I want to ask panelists to what's the relationship between COVID-19 and digital transformation. Please pick some examples for easy understanding to explain. Who will be the first? How about Tamarin? Samendran, right?
Yeah, sure. You can just call me Tarma.
Tarman.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, just call me Tarma. Yeah.
Okay. Tarman, have some opinion.
Yeah, sure. We are in the field of Internet of Things, IoT, and we largely work with real estate developers, hotels, healthcare industries, and so on. And I would like to share 3 important examples of what we have experienced since the beginning of COVID-19. Number 1, for example, in real estate sectors, when before COVID-19, when the businesses used to have large show galleries having prospective buyers to visit them, during COVID, it has been completely done with virtual reality experience, that the prospective buyers use VR glasses to view the show units and the particular properties to experience how the projects and properties and the product being sold to them. And subsequent to that, the purchasing was even done through balloting, whereby in the past, the prospective buyers have to go to the particular offices, meet the particular salesperson, and sign the necessary document. And the entire pre-sales and post-sales of the transactions have been completely digitalized. This is the industry that we are in. And separately on the other end, industries such as hospitality, particularly hotels, which have faced a catastrophic subsequent issues due to COVID, moving into the direction of automating the entire solutions. And we are proud to share here is that Yanolja of Korea is actually our official partner to grow the footprints across Southeast Asia. And B Networks from Malaysia are their partner in providing IoT solutions in how to provide contactless and automated hotel solutions. We, at least before COVID-19, when we were talking to whether it's boutique hotel or love hotel or large hotels about automating their solution, they felt that all these are basically nice to have, but not necessity. But during the COVID era, everyone understands that a business continuity has to be there and cost has to be reduced and engagement with the hotel guests has to be improvised. And you need to require more data. And the only way is to automate and digitalize your entire business operations, as well as how your customers come and experience of whatever product and services that you provide. I think those are very 2 interesting changes that we have been witnessing right now, already happening, and we believe that it will grow even more rapidly towards Q4 2020 or even in Q1 2021.
Thank you, Zaman. Great explanation. How about David? Do you have any opinions on this?
Oh, yeah. So hello, everyone. This is David. There are a lot of changes because of COVID. Everybody know well, right? So I think the COVID pushed to accelerate the SaaS business much and much more. So SaaS means software as a service. Today, our session, the people from Malaysia and Singapore, and even Korean lady joined from video conference connection. Main stage here. For location, we are talking together with the SaaS service. So now we look at home. So everything going into the home today, the company working to the home, even school to the home, hospital, restaurant, everything right now going to the home because of contactless. So now, the people, one example, the people is working at home, so we are using video conference software service platform. So most particular trend in this COVID period is software service because of contactless. So now today, we can see the major technology company in the world. The SaaS software service platform provider, that company is emerging a lot of business chance and opportunity. So today, this session, we are very happily talking and discussing about this session with technology and SaaS. So I think the relationship, the COVID and digital transformation, there's many things changing to software platform service with the technology. This is my idea.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Okay. The last panelist, Eun-young, what's your thinking?
All right. Let me explain it from a retail and e-commerce perspective. According to Google Trend, Southeast Asia's search interest for online store is growing by 56% YOY, as rapid increase in consumer checking if stores have an online presence. Also, search interest for selling online is also growing by 64% YOY, which means that traditional retailers and brands are looking for more ways to sell online. I think this is a truly breakout moment for retail transformation. Supply and demand converging online is really turbocharging the entire digital ecosystem. So as a result, in APEC, e-commerce has grown as much as it has in the past few months as it has in the last 5 years. Thanks to this trend, APEC becomes the center of the gravity for global e-commerce, and it is at the top globally in terms of their users, growth, penetration, total sales, mobile commerce, and also social commerce. And it has a proportionate share of the largest and fast-growing national market for e-commerce. So businesses that have been able to pivot and transform their operation on online are benefiting massively. For example, Shopify's retail merchant managed to replace 94% of loss from offline sales with online sales over the same period. And gross order from Shopee Mall increased more than 210% YOY as more and more global and local brands partner with them. So this is my initial opinion on this.
Thank you. Next, move on to the next topics. Because of our title is a state of the economy or home economy, maybe it is the extension of not just about the e-commerce, but maybe the behaviors, everything's in the home. So what's you guys' definitions of the home economy, and what's your perspective about this trend? Especially, already James said that after COVID-19, there may be the e-commerce will prosperous, but how do you think about this will be last after the COVID-19? Who will be the first? How about the reverse order? The Eun-young first.
All right. Well, personally speaking, I'm joining this forum from my home actually, and it's been more than like 6 months, working from home. So, yep. So, as people stay home during this pandemic, they discover its strengths and convenience, as I do as well. So, as consumers continue to delay their return to normal habit, it leads to a new business landscape for startup and enterprise. So I would define home economy as three different aspects. The first, everything can be remote. Second, all commerce is e-commerce. And lastly, entertainment stays at home. So let me quickly go through from the first one. Many in-person activity can be done remotely with colleagues, doctors, teachers, trainers, and service providers alike. Thus, our tolerance for rearranging schedule, appending commutes, and sacrificing personal and family time just to be physically present has just decreased. So with people confined to their home, meeting of various kinds are shifting online. So we will see an unbundling of existing video conferencing experience into vertical specific solution. So for startups and enterprise, many new business opportunity will evolve through these emerging use cases such as virtual fitness, wellness, or virtual hanging out. And secondly, all commerce is now e-commerce. So 67% of retail app users say they are realizing they can get lots of tasks done from home. And 76% of respondents said they use a commercial app during COVID-19 because of convenience, not promos or deals. So convenience means many different things. It can be like a delivery to home, stress of crowded stores and long lines, saving times and hassle of in-store returns. So every day can be Black Friday, thanks to the rapidly scaled platform capacity. So I see opportunities across the entire e-commerce stack, from online store creation, product discovery, to product review aggregation. Lastly, entertainment. COVID-19 quarantine had rapidly impacted the entertainment industry. While at-home entertainment consumption is surging by 60% YOY growth, and search activity for YouTube spike in the market, the COVID era has forced just not audience to stay at home, but also creators as well. So creators and consumers are inventing new ways, leveraging their new platform to recapture those authentic connections. So in conclusion, it's now very clear that once this emergency has passed, the world will not look the same. So ultimately, we will see a long-term acceleration of movement to digital, including increased online work, education, medicine, shopping, and entertainment. So these changes will be very significant and lasting.
Thank you for great opinions. So how about David's opinion? What's your definition of home economy for you?
Okay, I'd like to say the technology-based the definition of the home. So today, home is one of the most important platform. So because the student is studying and get a class through the video conference from between the professor, teacher, and student, even working at home, and then so hospital. So the hospital DIY, the hospital function also going into the home. So now home is one of the in the home. So I think based on the cloud, the IoT, and also each piece function, so also home, right now there is a AI-based software platform solution together. So now I think the COVID will go until next year. So home is one of the best, very important technology platform to adopt with IoT and also many face recognition system like Alexa, and also the cloud, the mini cloud system, and the data storage and security. Everything is controlled by AI. But this kind of the technology development trend is going right now, and many startup and company is focusing to develop this kind of improving home platform technology functionality.
Okay, great. Yep. So you and Eun-young both agree with this is not just for the short-term trend.
Sure, long-term basis.
Great. How about Taman?
Yeah, in fact, I have to agree with both of the other panelists as well. In fact, it is very obvious and it's actually very clear that when everyone starts staying at home, the stay-at-home economics, so rather than home economics, the other commonly used term is stay-at-home economics. It is becoming something very common. We have to see it from both perspectives. Number one is for the merchants who would like to provide solutions, businesses, and products which is tailored for the homeowners or the residents, as well as the citizens themselves and what exactly they're going to do being at home. So many that has been formally employed have started to do their own businesses from home themselves because they can manage their time better, so they can at least generate a dual income. And on the other hand, as how James have put it, there are larger or a big acceleration in terms of purchases related to cooking wares, gardening, wellness, and so on, because everyone's spending more time at home. And even here in Malaysia, there is a uptrend of home improvement spendings and budgets, whereby most of the architects and interior designers are fully occupied until the year end. So it's basically good news for some of the businesses, whereby homeowners spending more within their home. And based on our relationship with real estate developers, we have been also noticed a big change in trend, whereby rather than high-rise and condominiums being launched into the market, there are more landed properties or suburbs or outskirts projects are being launched recently, because purchasers prefer to have a landed property rather than staying in high-rise. Afraid, or particularly after the reason or the current experience of the pandemic and lockdowns, everyone preferred to go into a landed space, whereby you have your own space that you can do your own activities. So having said that, what it basically means, when the COVID-19 vanishes, people will be used to being at home, as how Yoon Yong put it, every day is a Friday, kind of mentality. And I don't think so anybody would like to go back to their Monday blues and go through and wait for another 4 days to have a Friday. And I think we all have been there. And I think this trend going to last for a longest time that we're going to see.
Great. I always lecture in this topic that this transfer not only for the personal behavior, but also making transformation in the real estate and buildings, even maybe the evolution of the cities. So all these talks are connected with these kind of things. We will move on to the next topic, more practical one, because many companies and organizations here may be thinking about how can we prepare. So what is the most important tasks for the organizations and corporations preparing for this kind of digital transformation? Let's join the James from this question at the last of the order. Okay. Going from Simon.
Yeah, I think in terms of digital transformation, I think many have recently said that the coronavirus or the COVID-19 itself has become a CTO or CIO, all right? That many organizations that have never thought about accelerating the digital processes have now seriously looking into it just because of COVID-19, all right? So organizations themselves, what they need to basically get prepared is that, I think number one is about the business continuity. If there are businesses who occupy in offices, and how basically you can continuously manage your team remotely. Of course, we have the conference tools and whatnot, softwares and so on, but not every businesses are able to do that remotely. There are also businesses whereby you still need to have a face-to-face interactions and so on. And how can you be as part of an ecosystem which is, I would say, contactless and future-proof buildings. So why I'm saying this specifically is that there is also a trend in the market that businesses are looking for buildings which are occupied with solutions and smart services and digital tools, whereby the businesses can continue despite of lockdowns or partial lockdowns that being announced by the government. So there are various engagement after the after the recent experiences, how can a business continue despite any pandemics, whether it's the current one or even in the future one? So I'm actually trying to explain more about the physical interactions of how people used to be in buildings and how it can continue further.
Great. What's your advice, David?
Okay, digital transformation is not easy job. Also, it takes a long time to change company for digital transformation. But many people say digital transformation nowadays. So my personal opinion about digital transformation is a little thing, it doesn't matter, a little thing, a small thing in the company, try to see and change and make idea how we change efficiently. So today is e-commerce. Most of us are saying about e-commerce. E-commerce means everybody is using online shopping, right? So one example in USA, the Best Buy. So Best Buy is one of the representative of big shopping mall business in USA. So Best Buy, this March time, more than 1,000 big shopping mall closed, as you know well. But now Best Buy is big hitting about their business in the last 54 years. So they start to make a small idea how we escape this kind of pandemic challenge and how they start to make a small digital transformation. So they are making idea. So people visiting their big offline shopping mall and buying the consumer electrical products and going back to home. So they make idea all of shopping mall just being logistic distribution center, and people make an order in online and going to parking lot, and people waiting in parking lot, and they are put the customer order product in the trunk in the car and explain and supporting how to install also the function of the products. And then when customer going back to home, they connect Zoom video conference and they are teaching. They are explaining how install customer easily all the electric system in the home very well. This kind of small changes, this kind of pandemic challenge, Best Buy make a best idea, and then today, this Q2, their business year to year, 2.5% increase, and then their stock price today is hitting in 55 years. Digital transformation, I think I like to kindly say to venture company and corporate people, don't think bigger. Please find some problem or difficulty. If small thing is no problem, try to think, make idea how you change it with some of the software or some of the different technology you're using. So this is a start. And digital transformation is not easy job. It's a long time. It takes a long time. So please move step by step with new idea or new challenge and new approach.
Thank you for great advice. How about Eun-young's opinion?
Yeah, I cannot agree more with David. And then let me be a little bit more specific in the retail practice. Due to the dramatic change in consumer behavior, I believe all the companies should quickly pivot and reconfigure themselves according to the changing demands and expectations from the customer. A new generation of tools will be required to meet these evolving consumer expectations, including payment, delivery, and video-first commerce feature. So in this new pandemic, for example, Shopify added in-store pickup option to their offerings. More than 25% of Shopify bricks and mortar merchants are now using these features. So customers can tap into the joy of the online order and curbside pickup experience, which remove unnecessary steps. So COVID will make cash even rare and accelerate the comfort with contactless payments. So I believe pay in advance feature will be the must for the brands and commerce players in order to provide hassle-free consumer buying experience. And secondly, delivery. More than ever, late adopter consumers have been discovering grocery delivery, prescription, one-day shipping. Now, new online ordering, delivery platform, marketplace for courier service will grow in demand. So corporations should consider how to power their deliveries and manage inventories and returns more seamlessly through GPS and scheduling platform. Lastly, video commerce features. Due to the growing purchase behavior on mobile, much of online product discovery in the future will happen in videos. Till now, most product listings on Amazon and Google are built for search, not discovery. And users unlikely scroll pages of their results. So we are all going to be shopping on video apps like YouTube and TikTok, whether you are buying instant noodle or high-end sweater. So it has been becoming increasingly clear that short video clips are the future of the commerce. So entrepreneurs ranging from the farmers to the indie craft people to clothing designers are able to reach shoppers directly through such recorded video clips. Now we have to think about video apps as platform, not only for entertainment, but also retail.
Great. James, you can pick any questions I previously suggested or your opinions on overall.
Yeah, I mean, I like the current topic because this is I speak a lot with many organizations, their C-levels in terms of how to go about doing this digital transformation. And maybe those audiences that are listening who are part of the digital team of a larger company can feel this experience where, the companies have a lot of aspiration. There's no doubt that, the future is going to be growth in digital side of things and we got to move the business. And sometimes you ask, what percent of your sales do you want to see from online? And you have a high aspiration. I want to see 20% of my sales come from online. Let's say it's an example. But then the question is, do you have 20% of your staff focusing on online? Do you have 20% of your marketing budget catered to online? Do you have 20% of the product development focused from a research generated from the online, right? The challenge is, a lot of times, this transformation, a lot of companies do not put the resources behind the necessary amount. And you be able to put maybe based on a corporate structure, based on a budgeting schedule, based on a FTE constraints, try to go through this with very, very little resources, but high aspiration. In Singapore, during June, more than 25% of retail was transacted online. For some companies, that means more than 80% of their sales happened through online. But while that's happening, it's still the poor e-commerce team, less than 10% of the organization working day and night, where the 90% of the organization is waiting for the offline to open up. Why is it that we don't put the resources where the growth potential and with the structure that we want to see for the future? So one of the biggest challenge and the hurdle that I see in this transformation is companies' ability to navigate through a corporate structure and through the resourcing to reflect the aspiration. And I think that's the one thing that we really see slowing down. And for companies who do very well during this time is the one who's able to navigate this challenge.
Thank you for great advice. It seems to be the very thorough advice for the digital transformation. Because of the time, we just have 5 minutes left. So maybe this is the last question, I think. Can you, because of this is the Korea-ASEAN India Business Week 2020, can you recommend any action plans for facilitating this kind of Korean ASEAN-India digital collaboration in COVID-19 era as a corporate attendees? How about start from James?
Sure. We've, as I mentioned, from products and the brands from South Asia have seen a tremendous growth. But the one challenge we still face is disruption to the supply chain. For example, the air freight cost from Seoul to many cities in South Asia for goods have increased more than 3 times. At this high supply chain cost of shipping the products, it is very challenging for the SMEs and the brands of South Korea to take advantage of this increasing demand. We would like to see both private and maybe even public sector working together to support this current challenge. We do believe that this is more short-term thing. The travel will pick up and the flights will resume, and at some point we will get those to the right level. But at the moment, when there is a demand, we have to utilize and take advantage of it. So if more companies can think about how can we work together, because this isn't a one company, one organization issue, I think that's going to have a profound impact in ensuring that growth of trade between South Korea and Southeast Asia.
Great opinions. How about Thaman?
Yeah, I think I can relate one of a very interesting collaboration between a Korean entity and an Indian entity that was even captured in global press releases recently. Well, they're coincidentally our partner. Again, I have to highlight about the achievement by Yanolja, which is a very successful hospitality entity based out of Korea. They have actually acquired or collaborated with a number 2 hotel-based software company in India. They're based in Surat, India, a company known as ENG. And both entities now jointly has become world number 1 in terms of providing hotel softwares. Previously, it was Oracle, which is from US. They has been dominating the market over the last 20 years at least. All right, so it's a very interesting milestone when you look into the hospitality sector, particularly when everyone looking into the direction about IoT, AI, data harvesting, and so on. How entity from Korea and India have collaborated into this, and as we know, generally we have many startups and software providers that comes out from India. We have some fantastic solution providers from India, whereas from Korea, we have witnessed, and we also working with quite a number of partners who are into embedded systems, electronics, basically IoT or Industry 4.0 based out of solutions. So each nation have their own strength in terms of how cost effective the solutions are and what kind of industry they are. And when both of these strengths can be combined together, then you have a very, very interesting ecosystem for not only between Korea and India, even for the other regional Asian countries. Well, that includes Malaysia and Singapore and the rest of them as well.
Great. So about David's opinion. What's your recommendation?
Yeah, this is not that easy for me.
Right.
So. I think this is a good idea or not, but my real personal idea is that the Korea is a well-developed country about the technology, right? So some of case study conference we have all together like ASEAN, India, and Korea. So Korea, some of the technology-based venture company or startup joining, and then the ASEAN country and Indian country like if they need some technology and making a convergence idea in technology, that kind of the case study conference, it may be helpful.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Because there is a conference called the Indaba from Google. It's supporting African continent.
Oh yeah.
It is very helpful, I think. So I think that kind of technological conference for collaborating Southeast Asian countries and Korea and India will be great.
Yeah,
that's a great idea.
Yep.
So lastly, Eun-young, do you have any recommendations?
I think most of the topics has been covered by previous panelists, but I would like to emphasize that there are a lot of merchants, Korean merchants, who wants to enter into the Asian, especially South Asian e-commerce market, but doesn't know how to start and where to start, right? So even if there's a lot of great commerce platform and technology infrastructures already available, so even like this kind of conference could be a good example for them to figure out how to start. So yeah, this kind of collaboration in order to connect the Korean merchants and ASEAN's commerce platform, that will be a very, very critical step change approach we can really think about.
Okay, thank you. So we are maybe the time to end the sessions. Thank you for great attendees and the speakers and panelists. Thank you for this session. We will end up the session.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, thank you very much once again, Professor Zhang, for leading the session, as well as all the panelists for the fruitful debate. Thank you also, the audience, for your attention. Well, we're going to break for 15 minutes before we move on to the second session. So we will start the second session at 4:50. 4:50, we will be starting the second session. So please be sure to be seated beforehand, especially all the panelists of the second session. Please be seated on stage before we begin. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for patiently waiting. We were double checking the system in order to make sure that there are no accidents along the way. Korea-ASEAN and India Business Week 2020. Let us move on now to the second session, which is entitled Innovative Startup and the Shift in Asian Startup Environment. Well, the pandemic is also having a huge impact on the ecosystem of the startups. In the post-COVID era, how can a startup succeed? And what would happen to the Asian startup ecosystem? Through the session, effective cooperation model between startup, the accelerator, and venture capital will be shared. And once again, let me remind you that all the sessions are being streamed live on YouTube. CEO Jung-Wook Lim of TBT will be joining the session as the moderator, and CEO Jong-Yoon Kim of Yanolja Online Business and Corporate Strategy as a speaker. As panelist, Keshi Eung-en, the co-founder and COO of Vietnam startup Abivin. Pankaj Agarwal, founder and CEO of TechHive. Michael Lintz, partner of Golden Gates Ventures, will be joining us. And now let me pass the mic to CEO Lim. Thank you.
Welcome to the session 2 of the Korea-ASEAN Indian Business Week. My name is Jung-Wook Lim, managing partner of the TBT, the venture capital based in Korea. In this session, we are going to discuss about the startup ecosystem around the India and Southeast Asia and Korea. We are going to discuss about the impact of the COVID-19 and also and possibility of working together as a startup around the Asian countries. So first, we are going to hear the presentation of the Mr. Kim Jong-yoon, the CEO of the Yanolja, one of the most well-known Korean unicorn companies, unicorn startups in here. So I'm very curious about how the Yanolja is actually coping with COVID-19 situation right now. And also Yanolja is well known for its pretty active expansion into the Asian countries and Indian market. So please welcome the CEO of the Yanolja, Mr. Kim Jong-yoon.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Jong-yoon Kim from Yanolja. I'm very honored to be here because for the last 3 years, Yanolja invested into the South Asian market and Indian market a lot. And also we acquired the company, one company, ENG, from India, and the other company, Genlooms, from Southeast Asia. So considering our understanding about the market in Korea as well as the other countries, especially Asian countries I mentioned, and I'd like to explain why the COVID-19 can be the big risk, at the same time can be the opportunity. So the subject I'd like to explain is how COVID-19 accelerates the digital transformation of travel and hospitality industry. So first, I'd like to explain the new trends caused by the COVID-19. As you understand, you cannot go out. So we should go in domestic market, which means that we should experience the domestic travel very similar with the foreign, overseas travel. So we are looking for more detailed information and contents I can enjoy, even though the location is the location I already experienced. And also, we should find out the better content to show up through the SNS or the other channels. So you may saw some of the pictures with the comments that this looks like a Paris, this looks like a New York, but this is the domestic places. So I believe that the content will be more important after COVID-19. Second is about the budget, cost. So as you understand, due to the regulation for the hygiene, every providers for the travel should put more resources to maintain their the inventories. Also, the demand recovers in about a couple of years or the next year, and it takes some more time to provide enough the supply to satisfy the demand. It takes more time, which means that travel costs are expected to increase due to timing mismatch between supply and demand. So probably it takes 1 or 2 years to recover the same price similar as before the COVID-19. So we should understand how to lower the cost through adding new values. Third one is about untagged, the contactless service. So you don't want to communicate face-to-face without a mask, which means that untagged service is quite familiar to every customers. And to realize the contactless service, definitely cloud-based SaaS service is required. So I believe new digital technologies should be introduced to realize the contactless service, and which is another big global trend in travel and hospitality industry. So facing these new trends of travel and hospitality market, we understand what's the digital transformation. Because without the digital transformation, it's impossible to address a lot of the new issues from the new trend of this market. For the last 30 years in Korea, working hours has been decreasing a lot. For the 30 years, almost 27% decrease in the working hours. Also, the spending for leisure has been increasing a lot. For the last 10 years, about 60% increase in the leisure budget. But we are not satisfied with the leisure because of the economic burden or lack of the time. So this is very usual under the current value chain. What I mean is that every industry has the similar dilemma because it's impossible to address the customer's unmet needs under current value chain and the value from each steps of the value chain. So usually to address the issue for every categories or every industry, added value is required. If I can create the new value, then definitely I can address current issues under current value chain. So in terms of the travel and hospitality industry, especially hotel industry, I'd like to explain with this chart. So value chain of hospitality industry is quite segmented. This is current situation. This is the reason why it's impossible or it's very difficult to create the new values. At the same time, every touch point around the provider or the consumer is disconnected as well. So think about this. If you made a reservation, the hotel room with the breakfast, you should check your name or the room number when entering into the restaurant. And the restaurant should prepare who made the reservation with breakfast every night, and they should print out, and they should check with the customer, and then they should input the data into their system. So many manual processes around customer or the provider, and the reason is that these touch points are disconnected. So fragmented and disconnected. This is the issue why we cannot create the new values. So if you can connect all the dots, all the touch points and the value chain like this, it's possible to make the data flow without any friction. But it costs a lot, incredibly. That's the reason why we have not tried to connect all the touch point and value chain like this. But we have the new technologies. And I think SaaS means that before the SaaS and cloud and another digital technologies, it's impossible to realize the new features and new experience for the customer and the hotel. But if I can connect with the new technology, especially the SaaS, it's possible to connect without any huge cost. So I'd like to introduce how we are realizing this new service based on the SaaS with some video clips. Sound, please.
Introducing 야놀자 Y Flux. Are you fed up with the time waiting after you arrived at the destination early? With Y Flux, you can expect sooner check-ins. If the room is prepared in advance, you can make an early check-in regardless of the time scheduled for check-in. Complete the check-in process quick and easy. Y Flux does not need a card key. Upon completion of a check-in, a smart key is issued via message. There's no worries in losing a physical key card or any errors. Room equipment and services you need can be selected during reservation. Additional items needed during your stay can be easily purchased from the Y Flux vending machine. Set the floor you wish to go to with the elevator on your smartphone, and the elevator will be waiting for you with its doors open. Once you're in your room, even if you don't place the key card, and even if you fail to find the light switch, the room will automatically begin to control the room according to your presence with a welcoming sound. If you feel too lazy to go out, you can order breakfast through room service in your bed. Aren't you curious about the taste of food delivered by a robot? Enjoy the checkout made with a single click without visiting the front at the time you want. Y Flux.
So Yanuri would like to be global hospitality data platform. And to realize our vision, we try to build the cloud PMS to make the data flow without the friction. And on top of that, we are building blockchain, Internet of Things, and machine learning technology to realize the new automated solution. So I'd like to show some examples.
4 hours. For an average accumulation of customer engagement less than 1 hour. Work busy with various processes of checking customers during check-in time is now gone. It is because Y Flux Kiosk takes care of the 4 stages of reservation: voucher check, passport or ID check, document work, and card key issuing. And facial mapping through surveillance camera allows the customer to go through quick check-in, which only takes 5 seconds. And the employee can monitor the process at the back office rather than at the lobby front.
So this can be good for the customer because you can provide the new features like a keyless or the blockchain technology to better the identification, etc. But more the benefit can provide for the hotels. Hotel can minimize many errors. They can minimize the manual process, and they can manage all the data in the real time. Also, every
Use of card
application
keys
can
which
be
require
managed
high
like this.
maintenance costs and receive lots of customer complaints is no longer necessary. Guests can select services they want at a reserved time, and additional items needed during the stay can be purchased at any time without the need for help from a staff. The room control system of Y-Flux detects issues that can occur in rooms in real time to minimize customer complaints, minimizes the need for unnecessary face-to-face service support by a staff, and can minimize customer complaint.
So as I showed, Yanolja is the SaaS for the hospitality and travel industries. So we try to build the level 0 as a SaaS. And on top of that, we are looking for many partners globally. So for example, in the Southeast Asia, to have right IoT sensors, we made a partnership with the B-Wave, for example. Also, we are looking for the other partners in Southeast Asia or India to realize our vision together. So I think COVID-19 are accelerating the digital transformation because we are facing the new trends. And especially to realize the new features or new value for the customer and provider, especially hotel or the other leisure partners, I believe we need to be connected and we should build this kind of the new solution for automation together. That's the way we are working with many partners in Asian countries, and this is what we'd like to realize the vision. So today, actually in Korea, Yanolja is quite popular as a booking platform for leisure and accommodation and transportation. But today, rather than explaining our B2C service, booking platform, I'd like to explain our B2B service, the hospital solution, the SaaS, because this is a way for Yanolja to collaborate with many partners in Asian countries. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. It was really interesting presentation. I thought that the Yanolja was just the hotel reservation app, but it's more than that. It's a total kind of digital transformation platform for the whole leisure and travel industry. So, and also I noticed that you're actually very actively expanding to the Southeast Asia and India with that product.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you later more about that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have other three, some great panel today. So I like to ask you to other, panels about the, about the brief introductions and company and what you guys doing and your product and things like that. So let me first start with Kesh Ng-en, the co-founder and chief operating officer of the Abibin in Vietnam. I noticed that Abibin actually have won the Startup World Cup in San Francisco, and congratulations for that. So please explain about your company.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Cassie, CEO and co-founder at Abivin, and Abivin develops an AI-powered logistic optimization platform that helps companies save logistic costs, automate the manual processes, and improve the end-to-end supply chain visibility. And the unique component of Abivin solution is our proprietary route optimization algorithms. And the algorithm can consider more than 30 different business constraints, such as different time windows or different type of vehicles, load maximization, traffic condition, and so on, to auto-generate the most optimized delivery routes for thousands of orders and hundreds of drivers in a matter of minutes. And by doing so, Abivin will help our customer reduce logistic costs by 10 to 30% and decrease the transportation planning time and enable an end-to-end visibility. And Abivin solution is tailored for companies in 5 main sectors of the value chain, including the port, manufacturer, distributor, retailer, and logistics service provider across Southeast Asia, including Vietnam, Indonesia, Singapore, and Myanmar. So that's a quick introduction about myself and Abivin.
Thank you. It's a logistics focused on startups, actually very active around the South Asian countries. Okay, I'm looking forward to talk more. And then I'd like to ask the introductions to Michael Lynch, the partner of the Golden Gate Ventures based in Singapore.
Hi, everyone. My name is Michael. Greetings from Singapore. So I'm a partner at Golden Gate Ventures. Golden Gate is an early stage venture capital fund. We invest across Southeast Asia. Over the past 9 years, we've made about 50 investments in companies that are in the business to consumer space, but also in the B2B SaaS space. One of our more well-known investments are companies called Carousel that recently have had Naver come in as an investor. Rachmat, which is an online grocery store. Jack, which is a big ride-hailing company across the region, is also part of our portfolio. We have an office in Singapore and in Jakarta. Most of our investments are at the seed and Series A stage. And for us, a Series A is between 1 to 5 million, and I'm looking forward to the panel this afternoon.
Thank you. Golden Gate Ventures is actually very well known, venture capital around the, Asia. So, lastly, Mr. Pankaj Agarwal, the founder and CEO of the Tech Hive. You're actually, operating from Seoul, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So nice to meet you, and please introduce yourself.
Yeah. First of all, it's an honor to be here, especially sharing the same stage with the CEO of Yanolja, the unicorn. It's an honor, and I hope someday I can do justice to this presence. I'm Pankaj Agarwal. I'm the founder and CEO at Tag Hive. We are funded by Samsung Ventures. In fact, Tag Hive is a spin-off company from Samsung Electronics, and we have operations also in India. Now, any startup generally operates on core beliefs. So we have two core beliefs. Number one, we believe that education, by the way, we are an edtech company, so we believe that education is a powerful multiplier in life. It can really change lives. And number two, we believe that technology can really improve education. So with these two core beliefs, we are on a mission to really make learning and teaching very effective. And so far, we are present in around 500 schools in South Korea with the brand name of Class Key. So what we do is we create interactive classroom solution that makes learning very interactive. It saves teachers time. It helps students be more focused in the class with a very low cost and easy to use system. And also we have an at-home learning system, especially more relevant in these times, through which students can learn, can practice on their own. And we have put in a lot of AI-enabled elements in the system to make it very, very powerful personalization possible. And for that, we have that at-home learning app is mostly used in India. And so far, we have had around 100,000 downloads in the last couple of months alone. So enjoying a lot of traction on those two products in Korea and in India. And going forward, of course, we want to go global and really create something that can become the basic platform, learning platform in K-12 space.
Thanks. I'd like to ask you a little bit one more question.
Yeah.
How did you come to the Korea and start your own company here, not India or other countries?
So I've often been asked this question. I came to Korea in 2004 after doing my undergrad from IIT Kanpur. I came with Samsung Electronics as a scholar student, and I worked at Samsung for a couple of years as an engineer. I really enjoyed Korea. I can speak Korean fluently. I really enjoy the culture. So I happened to stay here for long and work at Samsung for long. And in 2017, my work at Samsung got spun off into a new company. And of course, at that point in time, I could choose to go to India or anywhere else, but I chose to stay in Korea because I found Korean startup ecosystem to be very strong and really take advantage of that. So hence, I've been like, there have been a lot of dots that got automatically connected, and I just happened to be here. I also went to the United States once for 2 years for my MBA program, but I chose to come back to Korea because Korea is awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let me move on to my second questions. Until last year, we always have that kind of huge conference like this full of people in the hall, and we have a meeting face to face and very active discussion. But sadly, we have to do conference like this, and remotely and with few people. So I think that this is the kind of new normal under the COVID-19 situation around the world. So I have to ask you guys about the what's the impact of the COVID-19 for each of your countries? How did it affect the startup ecosystem there, and what about the impact for your business? So let me first ask you about that to Cash Ng. I heard that Vietnam is probably the least country that not that much so impacted by the COVID. But I think that still there's some kind of effect for your business and ecosystem. So can you explain that?
Thanks for your question. So indeed, COVID-19 has resulted in economic disruption globally. And in Vietnam, more specifically, the economy was also severely affected by the pandemic. According to our General Statistic Office, in the first quarter of this year, then our GDP grew at only about 3.8%. And because of the strict lockdown earlier this year, Vietnamese company also suffered many difficulties, such as supply chain disruption, logistic challenges, and financial deficits. And the outbreak also caused many startups to experience more prolonged downtime, while some businesses had to stop completely. And looking on the bright side, however, Vietnam GDP growth still stayed positive. And while most other ASEAN experienced deficit in the GDP growth, so Vietnam is still forecast to be one of the fastest growing economies in Southeast Asia, despite the impact of COVID-19. So it's a good news. So talking about our company, Abivin was also affected by COVID-19, of course. Not only did the outbreak limit our business activities, but also slow down our working process with some certain partners. However, it's also brought us the opportunities, as most business can shift toward the chance to digitize the activities, like the previous speaker already presented trends in digitization. So it's also helped us to enhance the activities with our partners to optimize the operation based on our technology solution. So Abivin and other partner companies can recover quite quickly and increase the company's operational efficiency in general. So that's my 2 cents on the situation in Vietnam and as well as in Abivin right now.
Okay, it's getting better there. Great, thanks.
Yeah, luckily.
Yeah. So I'd like to ask to Mr. Michael Lynch, and you have about 50 portfolio companies around Asia, and you probably knows that their situation, business up and down, affected by COVID-19. So, and also I'm curious about the some investment activities under the COVID-19 situation, whether it's slowed or accelerated, or it's the same as before. So can you explain that?
Yeah, sure. Happy to elaborate. I think one of the first major impact we saw, though, as a fund investing from Singapore, the one thing we tend to do often is travel to other countries. I've been to Seoul at least 9 times last year. Been to Vietnam a bunch of times. Jakarta was like a monthly flight. The fact that those flights didn't happen also generally means that you kind of meet less founders, which is a big issue, of course, for a fund like ours. You tend to, of course, you can make investments and meet founders over Zoom, but the dynamics is different between, meeting the team on the ground, seeing their office, seeing how the dynamic is with customers, getting a sense of the local ecosystem. So travel is an extremely important part of our business. So that was kind of the first thing that we felt, as a fund, that we had to shift our way of making new investments, and also kind of look at, following up on our existing portfolio companies. I think the second big impact for us and the portfolio was Now, what does it mean in terms of fundraising for the rest of the year? Some of the companies were in the midst of a fundraising process, and in Southeast Asia, fundraising typically means that you travel to investors to meet them, to meet the board or meet the investment committee. Once that is not possible, it makes it difficult for companies to fundraise. And apart from travel, some of the larger investors, some of the corporations they actually said, we're going to hold off our investments until we get more clarity around COVID-19 and how it will impact our business and how it will impact, the global economy, but also kind of the regional economy. So some investors decided to hold off. On the other hand, as an opportunity, some investors decided to accelerate their investments because they effectively said, if other investors are not taking up these opportunities, we are willing to invest. So for us, we saw that in terms of new investments, there was definitely a bit of a slowdown. So we did less new investments than we did last year. But we were very active in terms of course, doing follow-ons and supporting our portfolio whenever they were either fundraising or, in some cases, some companies needed to cut costs to kind of make sure they get through the year. I think what is interesting now is as we're getting towards the end of the year, travel is slowly opening up. There's a green lane between Singapore and Indonesia. I think there's a green lane between Singapore and Vietnam as well. So slowly travel will come back. But if you look at the majority of the business people are still uncomfortable, making the trip with all the hassle of getting tested, getting on the ground, maybe you need to be quarantined. So in terms of business, I would say 2020 was in general a slower year than usual. And I think you also mentioned earlier, there is a new normal. I think we have to get used to doing part of our due diligence and part of our investments over Zoom. But hopefully, of course, we'll hope that the in-person meetings will get back soon.
Okay, thank you very much. It's very slow anyway, but we should be optimistic for the next year. So, Mr. Pankaj, how about your situation? You're particularly operating from Seoul and Calcutta, India, both times. So you probably, in usual, travel a lot. But without that much travel, what's the impact about your business and your company?
Yeah, so I think you all know that India is really still having a lot of cases of COVID. And the economy in general in India has taken a big hit. I mean, recent data by the government of India suggests that the growth in that one fiscal quarter from June to April was negative 24% or so. So huge decline in economic growth. I think all industries except agriculture got a hit, be it in construction, retail, hospitality, what have you, got a hit. Startups also really got hit badly. According to NASSCOM, which is a trade association in India, there is a research that says that 90% of Indian startups had only 6 months of cash runway, and when the COVID hit. And because the business got slowed down, a lot of startups had to cut down on their employees or had to even shut down their operations completely. The only bright spot was education. I think a lot of education technology companies in India and elsewhere catering to Indian market or global market really had a great sort of luck in that they could really now rise on their, on this system, and they could really provide solutions that could cater to the huge demand. So likewise for us, because we are in the education technology space, I think we were lucky to get a huge traction of on our platform. That said, because we were mostly present in schools before, like we were catering to school market more so before COVID hit, but because schools got closed, so we had to kind of take a pause there. But as it's said that any crisis presents an opportunity, because we're in education space broadly, we kind of slightly pivoted ourselves to create an at-home learning solution. And that way we were able to create something that can also give us an advantage in the long term. So while we are having presence in the school space, and again, schools will definitely open up in a couple of months, if not years. So they'll open up. So once the schools open up, that school solution combined with our at-home solution can really give us a good sort of presence. And we're also lucky to raise an investment recently in June through a local investor in Korea. So that way, I think, luckily we are safe. We have a good runway going forward. Our product is getting a lot of adoption. People are liking it. So not really that tough. But honestly, I think it is a tough time for everybody.
Yeah, it's tough, but the kind of new opportunity for you guys.
Yeah.
Again, okay. Okay, then let me lastly ask you to Mr. Kim Jong-un about your, business operation under the COVID-19, and so COVID-19 is how impact your, business and expansion into the, Asia.
Definitely the big drop in demand, and every startup and every company in travel and hospital industry, we have the very, very hard time. But I think this can be the opportunity for us to prepare. Definitely we should survive, but if we can survive, we may have the COVID-19 era. And at the time, what we will do? I think the main keyword is digital. And we need to understand how to use the digital technology for this industry. If without the COVID-19, I think the customer and the provider, including hotel, attractions, entertainment, and restaurant, may not think of the digital. But across the COVID-19 era, everybody understands why digital, and probably if we can prepare the digital, not only in Korea as well as the other Asian countries, definitely we can have the opportunity. Also, we should understand the provider's perspective. Sometimes the providers would like to cut the cost. Sometimes the provider would like to have more the customers or more transitions. So up to now, the travel provider were very busy. So they didn't have the intention to express their intention, what they need. But if you try to visit to the providers, they would like to tell everything because they have the time and they are preparing the post-COVID-19 era as well. So this is what Yanolja is preparing. So we are visiting to the Africa, we are visiting to the Americas and the Europe, and we are telling what we have prepared and why you need to use. And recently we made a very big contract with the African hotels with more than 5,000 hotels who would like to use our SaaS. Without the COVID-19, probably we could not have a chance to tell. But this is a great timing for us to explain what we prepared. So I think, and we don't have to spend the digital cost. We just call or we just set up the video conference to explain what we can do. This is very important, the point I'd like to tell.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, my next question is for the Kae-seung Yen, Abibin, about the Vietnamese startup ecosystem. In Korea, the most, many startup investors very much interested in the Vietnam market. So until last year, I remember that almost so many my fellow investors have visited, Ho Chi Minh or Hanoi, in order to know more about Vietnamese startups and ecosystem. So my question is, what's the current development of the Vietnamese startup ecosystem? So what's your opinion on Vietnamese startups' capability to address regional and global issues?
Okay, thank you for your questions on Vietnam startup ecosystem. So Vietnam right now is a very fast becoming a tech startup hub in Southeast Asian region, and the country is now home to as many as more than 3,000 startups, and mostly in fintech, food tech, healthcare, logistics, e-commerce, and making it the third largest startup ecosystem in Asia. And the industry still lacks the term of funding and scale comparing to startups in other Southeast Asian countries, but there are still huge room for growth here. On the capability to address the global issues and regional issues as your question, the startup ecosystem in Vietnam is still quite young, but I believe Vietnamese startup has and are fully qualified and capable of solving difficult problems regionally and globally. Nowadays, technology has become the ideal solution to many real-life problems that probably a lot of human beings are trying hard to solve. And Vietnam is known globally as a hub for developers, engineers with expertise in maths or IT, giving Vietnam a strong advantage and very tech-savvy human resources for startups. And our country is also having a young population and have a very low average working age. So Vietnamese startups can quite quickly adapt and bring in new technology and innovation to address the regional and global issues. And especially a lot of young entrepreneurs right now who are Vietnamese are educated overseas and then come back to the country. So I see there is a huge potential here as the young generation of entrepreneurs has a global view over the solution and also looking for a global solution from day one. So in short, there is a huge capabilities that Vietnamese startups can build upon to solve the global solution, global issues. So.
Okay, yeah. I have one more, quick questions. I noticed that Abibin also, had some, pitching in demo day here in about 2 years ago, and I noticed you guys trying to getting into the Korea and other, Japan and some countries. So, how's the your, some business so far for entering the market like here in Japan?
Yeah. So thank you for noticing that. Actually, after the pitching earlier, like 2 years ago, we did have some potential to learn more about Korean market, which is a quite unique market for us. And recently at the World Knowledge Forum in South Korea, Mr. Long, our CEO and co-founder at Abibin, also received the ASEAN Entrepreneurs Award this year. And we also been connected with a lot of technology partners for the partnership side and also looking at the expansion as a new market. So for the past 4 years, we have been successfully deployed in mainly Southeast Asian countries like Vietnam, Singapore, Indonesia, and Myanmar. And currently we are in discussion with some POC potential with some partners in more East Asian countries like Japan and Korea. So in short, Abibin won't stop at just as Southeast Asian countries, but we aim to expand other parts of Asia, but more in the long run as well.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So, Mr. Pankaj, I'd like to ask you about the Indian market. Indian market is kind of huge, and I heard that there are so many unicorn, startups there, over 20. So, but Korean people actually doesn't know that much about the, Indian market, its characteristics and things like that. So, can you explain a little bit about it? And I'm also wondering whether there's any chance for Korean, startup to entering Indian market. Any recommendation?
Oh, you asked a lot of questions.
Yeah.
So I think Indian, as you rightly said, India is getting a lot of attention globally when it comes to investments. I think 10 years ago, there were not too many startups in India. There was not too much capital in India. You talk about accelerator or incubator, it was like a new term. But I think in the last decade, India startup scene has grown by leaps and bounds. And today, India stands as the third biggest startup ecosystem. And in fact, in our space, in the education technology space, the number one company in the world in terms of startup is an Indian company called Baiju. So, what I've seen is that the increase in the number of investors, the capital inflow, a lot of people, a lot of Indians who studied, overseas, say in the United States or elsewhere, they come back to India now, and they want to solve for the Indian local problems. There's so many issues to be taken, so many kind of problems to be solved, and they kind of make those their missions in life, and they come to India and can get easy capital now. There is a lot of support system in terms of mentor network, in terms of accelerator. Even the government of India is pushing for Startup India. They are kind of coming up with a lot of schemes, tax-free and this and that to really encourage entrepreneurship. In fact, a lot of students, when they graduate from their undergrad programs, they want to choose entrepreneurship as a career choice. That is really awesome, because when I graduated in 2004, nobody thought of starting a company right after finishing studies. It was always like go for a job first, and then if you can, then go for the startup. I think that shift in perception is huge. Just some numbers. I think 33 unicorns are there in India today, and combined value of $100 billion. In fact, only yesterday, a company called Razorpay, an Indian company, became a unicorn by receiving investment of around $100 million or so. And they say that in the next 2 years, 50 more unicorns will be joining the club. So, huge potential. I think as I understand, to start a company, you need three things. One is people, second is money, and third is a product or an item, right? So I think there was always a lot of talent in India. So people was never an issue in India. Huge talent, abundance of talents there in India. But now with the increased capital inflow, that money is not an issue, and there are a lot of problems to solve. So it is, a lot of people having access to a lot of capital and having a lot of problems to solve. That really means that startup is going to really flourish in India. Take any problem, get a good investor, show the initial results, and keep on getting investment, and really, you have a successful startup. It's huge, I think, and that energy, the positive energy is so high in India. A lot of my friends from my undergrad days, they're looking for entrepreneurship opportunities, even myself, I never thought I will do a startup, but I think the system is such that now you really enjoy the ecosystem, and things have become so easy now to start a business and really take it forward. I think that is true for all over India. Of course, being in Korea, it makes it easy for me to, really have the advantage of both the countries of India and Korea. So, I think for Korean, to your question on whether Korean companies should enter India or not, I think definitely yes, because India is so huge. Now, I have talked to a lot of companies, a lot of startups in my vicinity. They all want to enter India, but they find it difficult because they don't know India. They are having a lot of complications in moving forward. So I think my suggestion to any startup CEO or to any small size company in Korea would be, at least try to plant a seed in India. Even if it is taking a lot of time or having a lot of difficulty, you should actually plant a seed in India and let it just grow slowly. I think, the story of a bamboo tree. If you plant a bamboo seed in the soil, for 5 years you don't see any growth, but suddenly it grows, right? So likewise for India, I think if you invest enough time early on and just plant the seed, and just keep on watering it slowly, over time, suddenly, India market will present you such an opportunity that can really exceed your expectations. So I think all startup or all small size companies in Korea should actually consider looking at Indian market, because huge consumer base, and the average spending is increasing, every day. A lot of fair policies are coming up, government is supporting. So I think all in all, I think it's an attractive destination, and people should take advantage of that.
So what's the general perception about Korean market in India these days?
Korean market in India?
Yeah, Korean people, Korean things. What's the general kind of image, some perception
of Korea?
Yeah.
So I think I always tell my team also, and my team is mostly of Koreans here. I think brand Korea is really huge in India. Of course, companies like Samsung, Hyundai, POSCO, LG, they are known companies in India. But I think when I tell somebody that right now we are based in Korea and our hardware is made in Korea, it has huge premium value. So I think people should take advantage of that. And as you already know, Korea and India also have this emotional exchange. You know, people, a lot of Indians in Korea, in a lot of India, Indians love Korean pop music. They love Korean dramas. Now with the Netflix, you know, people are now able to watch this Korean drama so easily. So a lot of people in India are watching Korean dramas, and they're also learning Korean language. So that inclination towards Korea is very good. So if you say that I'm a Korean company wanting to do something in India, it is always a welcome. So that is there, definitely, you know. And I think that people should take advantage of that and really build that bond further. So definitely.
Thank you very much. So my next question is for Michael Lynch, and I heard that Golden Gate Ventures actually make one, investment in Korean, startups, and I'm kind of, curious, which company did you make the investment and why?
We actually made 2 investments in Korea. So our first investment is in My Music Taste, which is effectively a platform for independent K-pop bands. And prior to COVID, what they would be able to do is, as a fan, you were able to pledge for a concert through their platform. And with enough pledges, the band would be able to do the concert, whether it's in Berlin or in Amsterdam or in London or in the US. So it's actually, it helped even export sort of the K-pop product globally. And what is interesting is that they were able to add things like merchandising, songs, fan videos, digital meetups. The interesting innovation that they're doing now is kind of more focusing on merchandising and virtual concerts. So yeah, still going strong. This was our first investment. The second investment we've made, and this is about a year and a half ago, is in a company called Skelter Labs. It's an AI company. They focus on building AI solutions for enterprise companies across Korea. So the reason why it was important for us to invest in Korea is for multiple reasons. We're seeing very, very strong entrepreneurs and strong foundations in Korean startups. And as these companies are slowly looking to expand to Southeast Asia, we see it as a competitive advantage to invest in these companies early and help them expand across the region. I think that, again, the founder talent is exceptional. There's strong developer talent. There's good company fundamentals. So for us, it's a good market to invest in. And then as these companies grow and looking to expand to Southeast Asia, we can be helpful for them on the ground.
Great. Thank you very much. So time is almost up. So this is my last questions, connected to the theme of this conference. My last question to all of you is that about how we can collaborate between Korea and South Asian countries and India. So what's the best way for Korean and Southeast Asian and Indian startup ecosystem to make meaningful and effective connections and working together and help each other under this kind of COVID situation? It's not that easy, we all know, but if you're interested in some Korean startup ecosystem, and please give any advice for Korean entrepreneurs and investors for make more some connection between 2 regions. So can I start with Mr. Pankaj Agrawal?
I think information these days is very easy to access. I think what is challenging is people are too busy with their own work, and they don't get time to look for new opportunities. So I think in the beginning, if you really want cross-country pollination or cross-company pollination, I think there has to be external force. Good force, meaning that government should organize events like these, or chambers of commerce should come together and organize events where they introduce companies and show a potential collaboration sort of possibility. I think that will really be the catalyst that is required to initiate a conversation. Otherwise, we all are busy in our own ways, to execute what we are executing, and really super occupied, and we don't have time for thinking outside the box generally. So I think we really need external force to bring us together under one room and really force us to discuss. And then through those discussions, I think something will come out. And then, you keep on following up, that becomes a part of your job, and that happens. I think initially, and once we see some success stories from some successful case studies with those sort of interactions, I'm sure we will be incentivized to do more of such events, and a lot of other companies will also keep on doing, Like if you ask a Korean company, hey, you want to enter India? They'll say, yeah, I want to enter India, but I don't know how. And that question of how it stays there in their mind for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. And, nothing happens. So I think it is important that governments play a role there, chambers of commerce play a role there, associations like KITA, KOTRA, all and equivalents of those in other countries should play a role to really bring us under one umbrella and really initiate conversations just like we are doing today.
Thank you. Yeah. How about to Ms. Eung Yen? Can you share your opinion?
Yeah, so from my point of view, I agree to most of the point that was mentioned. So I agree that the discussion should be facilitated in order to bridge the gap between Korean and also Southeast Asian startups. So maybe just to add on that point, then I think during the discussion, we should focus on setting a common goal for growth. It could be the best way for Korean and also Southeast Asian startup ecosystem to make meaningful connections. And in order to do that, each should understand each other's strengths and weaknesses. For instance, Koreans are very tech savvy and very early adopters of new and innovative technologies. However, Korean startups mainly still heavily focus on the domestic market and have some issue with scaling up when they are going global. Meanwhile, in Southeast Asia, there is a fascinating place to attract foreign investors. A lot of investment are coming from South Korea as well. So over the recent years, Southeast Asian economy has also grown rapidly. Therefore, between Korean startup ecosystem can set a valuable partnership thanks to the Southeast Asian network, while the Southeast Asian network side can actually emulate on the Korean technology to digitize the current traditional process. So that's adding to the questions of collaboration between the two sides.
Thank you. We need to be more global. So, okay, then Mr. Michael, can you share your insight?
Yeah, so maybe just to add on, because I think the previous speakers covered most of it. I think the importance of thinking of expansion is initially to reach out. There is a bunch of founders across Southeast Asia that are more than willing to share their learnings on, what does it mean to expand in the region? What do you need? How do you build a team? How do you build partnerships? How do I deal with cross-border? So I think that there's a lot of founders that are willing to help, Korean founders to expand in the region. There's a lot of investment capital across markets like Vietnam, Singapore, Indonesia, specifically Malaysia. So if you are looking for partners on the ground, there are plentiful either angel investors, seed funds, later stage funds that can help you in your funding and also help you navigate the ecosystem. But I think the most important part is, although there might be a cultural difference or there might be a bit of a hurdle to take that first step, it's really important to get out of your comfort zone and have that first discussion and initially learn. And I think through learning, you'll expand your network and people will be open for partnerships. It works. We've invested in Korean companies, and I know that there's more companies that are looking to expand across Southeast Asia. But yeah, you have to make that first step as a founder to reach out to potential partners or even other founders to learn, and then plan for your expansion.
Yeah, open and reach out more. Thank you. So, Mr. Kim Jong-un, you have something to add, lastly?
I think many Korean startups are hesitating to expand their business into other countries because I think local business in Korea sometimes is possible and enough to be the unicorn company. But beyond the unicorn company like Hectacon or Hexacon, Korean market is not that big to realize the higher vision. So I think, as always, the Korean startups should consider expanding their business into the other countries. And in terms of the Yanologia, we have 250 employees in India, and the other about 300 employees in Southeast Asia. And having the employees and having the connection, and then we can understand the market. But without the communication and without your person and really facing the countries, the partners, and probably it's impossible to understand the market, and probably you may have some the burden and some the concern to expand. So rather than thinking, please reach out to many partners like a venture capital or the other companies as a partner or the government. Then I think it's the first step to understand the other market, and probably is it the very important stepping stone to start the business outside Korea.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for your insight for these sessions. Thanks for sharing your, some valuable time for this. It's been already more than 1 hour. Please give a big hands to the panels, and thank you very much for joining this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO Lim, for leading the session, as well as the panelists and the participants for making the occasion live. That would be all for the session number 2. And beyond, mutual prosperity and towards a sustainable future. All the strong interest and the attention that you have shown today tells me that we have a promising future ahead of us. I hope that everybody enjoyed the programs today. And with that, we will conclude Korea-ASEAN India Business Week 2020. Thank you very much.